Hmm?
Tutimize Mungu, twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize
Inaingia. Ya tunatumia. Ilikuwa pale. Hii wewe ndio umetoa. Fanya hivi. participating in both sides. That's good. I see. Natafuta nini hapa? Sioni.
Hey, we are not getting anything.
Check 1 2.
At what time are we supposed to start the meeting?
1, 2, check mic.
Actually at 9, but I can't hear anything. Me too, I'm receiving nothing from my end.
1, 2, check 1, 2. One, two, check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, check mic. Mic check 1, 2. 1, 2, check mic. 1, 2. 1, 2, check. Check mic. 1, 2. 1, 2, mic check. Mic check 1, 2. 1, 2. Check mic 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Perfect. 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 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Sawa. Na saa hii unanisikia? Sasa unani
Good morning. Allow me to call the meeting to order. I see our chief guest has come in. Could we all be upstanding for the playing of the national anthem, please? Thank you very much. Kindly take your seats. Our chief guest, Cabinet Secretary, Environment and Forestry, Kyriako Tobiko, Principal Secretary, Dr. Chris Kipto, CEO Nature Kenya, CEOs and directors of state corporations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, my name is Joshua Nampi from NetFund, and it is really my pleasure on behalf of the organizing committee to really invite you to this meeting, this important conference. We also want to invite those who are joining us through the live stream, and we apologize that we are a bit late because I see people had logged in and they were asking where we are. But due to COVID restrictions, of course, we are holding this meeting here at Ole Sereni Hotel and virtually. The theme of our conference is inspiring innovation in forestry to accelerate attainment of the Big Four agenda. And as I have just stated, our conference has been organized by a committee. NetFund did do it alone. We had representations from various agencies, from the Ministry of Environment, academia, private sector actors, and civil society organizations. Our organization, Net Fund, was the secretariat of the committee. The main objective of this conference is to promote innovations in forestry that support efforts in increasing our national tree cover and sustainable management and exploitation of forest resources. Specifically, we'll be looking to highlight the importance of innovation in forestry sector as an enabler of the Big Four agenda. We want to showcase and raise awareness on existing and emerging innovations in forest and forest management, and we want to provide linkages and networking platform for forestry innovations and industry players, including markets, policymakers, practitioners, researchers, and investors. And I think that that is one of the major outcomes of this conference, that we will provide a platform where we can speak about scaling the innovations in the forestry sector. And also, of course, we want to understand the barriers and challenges undermining innovations in the forestry sector and potential solutions. That is our brief for these 2 days, and we just look forward to a lot of interaction, a lot of discussion, and coming up with solutions that will help our country move forward. With these few remarks, I wish now then to invite the Chief Executive Officer of Net Fund, Mr. Samson Toniok, to give his brief remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Our Chief Guest Cabinet Secretary of Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Honorable Keriako Tobiko, our Principal Secretary, Dr. Chris Kipto, CEO Nature Kenya, CEO of other sister agencies of government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Net Fund Board of Trustees, the staff of Net Fund, Conference Organizing Committee, it is my pleasure to welcome each one of you to this important conference. I also welcome those who are joining virtually and those who are following us on social media platforms like the Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. We look forward to your active participation. As an organization that actively supports innovation in the environment sector, we are proud to be associated with this conference whose theme is inspiring innovation and technology in forestry to accelerate attainment of the Big Four agenda, which is our development priority. It was our, as was said by our Professor Wangari Maathai, who once said, nature is very generous, but it can also be unforgiving if disturbed. So we therefore need to play a role to ensure that our mother nature is not disturbed or is safe. It remains so true today. Kenya is endowed with beautiful forests which form part of the national landscape and whose products are integral part of our economic development. We have the responsibility of preserving our forests and ensuring sustainable use of forest resources, lest we incur the wrath of Mother Nature. We must therefore promote adoption of innovations and technologies in forestry that will allow us to manage our forest and utilize forest products sustainably so that posterity will also enjoy the forests. It is our hope that we will create a platform where there is robust exchange of ideas, lesson sharing on forest innovation, leading to widespread adoption and scaling, as well as sharing of lessons learned. Once again, please welcome, and let us have a healthy interaction and discussion. It is now my pleasure to invite our Principal Secretary, Dr. Chris Kipto, to give his remarks, and also invite our Chief Guest, the CS. Thank you.
Thank you, Samson. Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Keriako Tobiko, all the CEOs present, and all participants. Good morning. Good I will not say much because the CS will speak on our behalf, just to highlight a few things. To say that first, I'm very happy that at least we can have a discussion around a meeting room like this. It's been very long since we met because of COVID. I think the fact that we can now meet shows that things are beginning to improve. But one thing that has come out of this COVID environment is that we see an imbalance between production and consumption, manifested in the fact that we now have what we call the triple planetary crisis. We have climate change, which is a fact we have to face. We have biodiversity loss, and we have waste and pollution. These are three things that we must deal with. In today's discussion, it's important because it cuts across those sectors. To deal with climate change, both mitigation and adaptation, the forest sector is very key. And to deal with biodiversity loss, again, this sector is very important. And last week we were in Garissa, the CS led us. It was declared that for the next 10 years we'll have a decade of ecosystem restoration. And last year also we submitted our NDC. For the next 10 years we will need to focus a lot in a number of sectors, including land use and forestry. So these are going to be very important discussions going forward. I don't think I can say more because forestry is important. There is a nexus between forestry and the economic benefits around it, the timber we need, the products we require for the various sectors. There is also a nexus between forestry and water. To have water, you need the water towers, the catchment areas. There is a nexus between water and energy. And there is a nexus between water and ecology, the forestry and ecology, for ecological integrity. And finally, a nexus between water, forestry and climate change. So what is important is to promote the innovation and technology. And for me, I think I'll be keen to listen to you to hear what you say on both demand and production side. On the production side, what are these innovative things that we need to do to improve the sector? What technologies do we require when it comes to even seed distribution, tree planting and all these things that are important? CS, I think we've been discussing some of this on what technologies we can use, like for instance, it comes mass production of trees, of seedlings. There is also the demand side. What is the policy environment, especially like around schools where we have big populations? Is it possible to use waste and reduce demand on forest products so that we have sustainable management of our forest? I think those are just some of the things that come to my mind. But today our chief guest is here, and I would like us to welcome our CS, Honorable Kyriako Tobiko. Welcome, CS. Karibu. Pigia makofi.
Thank you very much, peers and colleagues. Good morning once again. Today is not a day for speeches. It's a day for practical innovations. I know a number of you are academics, and I think peers and I at some point were academics, so we know, understand the temptation in that field. So we are happy to be here. We know why we are here. We know the importance of forest. We've been told about it when we were growing up. Wangare Maathai told us about forest, environment. We refused to listen. Actually, at some point we thought she was mad. And now all of us, globally, in our villages, in our schools, households, have come to realize how important forest and trees, because I understand from your own expertise, you make a distinction between forest and trees. Some of us don't. You have measurements for trees, must have some close canopy of certain heights and continued acreage and so on and so forth. I would imagine that part of the discussion here is whether that definition of forest, in particular reference to our constitution, which talks about tree cover, whether that is valid in Kenya or that applies to certain jurisdictions that practice monoculture. So we are here today to listen, to see being showcased various innovations, technologies that demonstrate, as correctly said by the peers, the interfacing between forests and trees and the big four. No one needs to be convinced. Actually, for my part, forests are not enablers of the big four. No. Actually, forest and forestry, environment, are the bedrock. The bedrock. You know, there's a difference between enabling and being the foundation. And I think that point needs to be emphasized. I look very much forward to seeing those technologies, innovations. And by the way, innovation and technology does not have to be high-tech, complicated, too expensive. No. Basic. They actually should and can be derived from traditional indigenous knowledge. Our mothers, our forefathers had their own innovations and technologies, but we normally, when we go to school and get a chain of degrees, we seem to think that our forebears did not have science, technology and innovation. So I believe we will be hearing today the role of traditional indigenous knowledge. How is it located within the whole discourse on innovation and technology? The use of drones technology, the use of aerial seeding, use of green herbs, and so on and so forth. So for us really today is not to come and teach you anything. Actually, it's for us to come and listen from you, the professionals, and see how, because I always say, we have a disconnect between science, what you scientists, products of your work, and policy. So we want to get to understand the results of your scientific research and see how they interface with policy, and then policy to action, and then action to impacts and results. So I thank NetFund, I thank the other coordinate agencies of the ministry. I very much thank our partners here, Nature Kenya, Forestry Society of Kenya, Better Globe. I don't know, maybe, so there's a CEO, the CEO, I know we didn't do any introduction. Where's the CEO of Nature Kenya? I've heard him being mentioned a couple of times. Is he or she in? Anyone from Nature Kenya? Virtual. Okay, thank you very much wherever you are participating. Forestry Society of Kenya, virtually. Chair is there. Asante sana. Better Globe Forestry. Shukrani sana, tunakupongeza na wengi sana wengine wao pia tunawapongeza. Thank you very much and God bless you, and I very much look forward and wish you very fruitful deliberation. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, our CS and PS. Good morning, everybody. My name is Vicky Betty Chepkorir. I work for Kenya Water Towers Agency, and it's my pleasure and privilege to join you this morning as the chair of the next session, which is fairly where the rubber meets the road. I quite like what the CS and the PS have challenged us to this morning, to bring out the technologies that will help us to sustainably manage our forestry sector. And to do that, Bwana CS and PS, we have 2 presentations in the next session. And before that, we have a keynote speech from our chairman of the National Forestry Society of Kenya, Mr. Benjamin Wamugunda, who will give us a brief speech on the link between forestry and the Big 4 agenda. Thereafter, we have the good professor from University of Eldoret, Professor Balozi Bekuta, who will be joining us virtually and helping us to discuss the role of forest applications in enhancing forest management. Thereafter, sir, we will proceed to Dr. Jane Juguna of the Kenya Forestry Research Institute, who will give us two presentations, one on the K-free application, which is basically helping to do tree species site matching, and another presentation on aerial seeding and its role in achieving and maintaining 10% tree cover. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. I will therefore invite Mr. Benjamin Wamugunda to take us off with the first speech. And thank you very much for the participants who are joining us online. I'm made aware that there's an opportunity to raise your questions and comments, which we will take up. And for everybody, please note that after every presentation, we will have an opportunity for a quick question and answer for about 5 minutes. So prepare your questions, prepare your comments. Immediately after every speaker, we will have an opportunity to ventilate on them. Otherwise, thank you very much and welcome to this session. Mr. Wamugunda, please. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to come here today to try and discuss a few things with you about current forestry issues. Let me begin by sharing with you this, which was said to us in the year 2006 by the then Minister for Forestry in Nakuru, Professor Kivuda Kibwana. He said this: finally, Mr. Chairman, he was addressing us then, I'm most puzzled to note that the Kenya Forestry Society was registered in 1979 to promote a forum for foresters and other persons interested in forestry development in Kenya to address forest and environmental conservation issues. You are aware that the fundamental functions of any professional society is to help members cope with uncertainties, to provide an identity to members survival of both the society and individual members. Over the last 20 years, the Kenya forestry sector has witnessed a lot of upheavals and uncertainties. There has been, for example, campaigns mounted by the highest courts in the land against planting of exotic species. Yet, these have been the mainstay of forest industries and firewood. Secondly, massive excisions covering a third of plantations and which contain tree crops established with funds borrowed from the World Bank. Some plantations had not matured and become the property of individuals. Briefcase sawmillers who were given plantations, yet they had no sawmills. Growing of bang in the forest, etc., to mention just a few. These events not only created uncertainties, but also resulted in a large number of your members losing livelihood opportunities. Unfortunately, many Kenyans spoke against these malpractices, except the Forest Society. The Forestry Society should have been in the forefront in fighting these malpractices. They should also have made Kenyans aware of the correct position. That was then in 2006 by Honorable Kibwana Kibuda, who was then our forests minister. Now, ladies and gentlemen, why do I bring in matters of 2006? Now, the position is that we still have a problem with forestry management today. We still have been having cross purposes between the Forestry Society, the professional foresters, and the general public perception. Now, the first thing that comes to mind on the things that we have appeared to differ was then the question of what we called then the Shamba system. It was then outlawed, and we managed to convince the then a government that the Shamba system was the only way of handling plantation forestry in these very hilly areas of our forests. We did quote that this happened in the Philippines, even in the very hilly areas of Nepal, in Sudan, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in New Zealand, in Finland, all over the world. The farmers and forest dwellers did do what is called agroforestry. And this is how ICRA, for instance, came to be hosted in Kenya. Now, having settled on that, over the years, society came to say, oh no, forests are sacrosanct. You cannot have maize, you cannot have potatoes, you cannot have crops, you cannot have sheep, you cannot have human beings in forests. However, we continued with the message that the only way to survive in Kenya through plantation forestry is by the Shamba system. This is just an example of the type of things that we differed in with the people, with the conservationists, and we forest practitioners. Now, if I take you back to our forest policy of 1968, we had a self-sufficiency policy on timber and forest products. Our policy, which continued even to be carried over up to today is that we should be self-sufficient in timber and timber products. Now, the paradox is that we now have our government saying that importing timber from Uganda, importing timber from Tanzania, importing timber from Malawi, poles from Chile, poles from South Africa is good. And again, this is another area where we professional foresters say no. A country like Kenya cannot afford this. We cannot afford people scavenging for pallets from China to make, to supply the country with firewood. We cannot have charcoal coming from Uganda, of all the countries, to this country. Of course, the argument is that, oh, we are doing this so as to save our forests. But the question is, and this is what the Forest Society has been asking, to save them for what? Well, we are told is to save them for water, to save them for environmental issues, to save us for birds, to save us from the so-called non-wood products purposes. But then Kenya is a very unique country. It has the best climate for tree growing. It's far better than the countries of Finland, the countries of Europe, the countries of Russia, America. We have the best climate as far as growing trees is concerned. And the government has actually done very well on this. Everybody is planting trees now, thanks to what has been going on. So we are capable, and we should be capable of providing ourselves with enough forest products. This was done for those of us who were there then. In the 80s and 70s, we actually provided all our timber requirements and exported surplus to the Middle East. Had we continued with those programs, we would not be where we are today, where we are short of timber in the middle of plenty. There is that proverbial saying of a cobbler who cannot afford shoes. He walks on barefoot, the cobbler. This is what Kenya has become. You are wood deficient because you have not pursued proper forestry, policies. Anyhow, this is not a time to point fingers at anybody, but it's a time to think, to rethink what our problems are, what our differences are, where do we go wrong, how can we progress. Now, people have been saying that logging in Kenya has been the issue in causing drought, causing rivers to dry, causing hopelessness as far as forests are concerned. We believe that is half the truth. The Kenya Forestry Society believes that we can still continue with forestry production and at the same time maintain all those environmental values. This we have said, and we continue saying it again. It's just a question of doing proper forestry. Now, how does this come in as far as our subject of today is concerned? We're talking about food, we're talking about poverty, we're talking about joblessness, we're talking about a country that everybody should be walking to the bank smiling. The answer lies with us. The answer lies with the Hippocratic Oath of Foresters, which is sustainable forestry management. So long as we do that, everything should be okay. It should be okay with the so-called conservationists, environmentalists, and forest utilizers. Ladies and gentlemen, the day is yours to take some of these challenges. It's a day to reflect whether we should not be what we used to be in the old days, in the yesterdays of a vibrant forest industrial system, a vibrant forestry practice, a vibrant nation that everybody was very proud about as far as tree growing and tree utilization and environmental issues are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will request that you don't leave. Just stand next to me so that you're able to respond to a few questions quickly, if we have any from the floor. So thank you again, Chairman, for giving us a historic perspective of our forests, reminders of our ideal climate for growing trees, and that we live in the middle of plenty, but with very few. I think those are really very good and important words to start the day with. I'll quickly invite a few questions. If there are any of us with a question, 2 or 3, please put up your hand. Yes, I can see the PS. Somebody to help me move the microphone. So Chair, please remain standing so that you are able to respond to the questions. Bwana PS, karibu.
Thank you. I think 3 issues interested me, Chair. But I'm hoping that with CS and I being here, we want to, after this conference, we have something to take home and to implement. That's when we can say there's meaning out of a conference like this. You've talked about import-export gap, and I agree with you. Coming from trade, I used to analyze the data, and clearly we import so many products, including toothpicks. And surely we use so much foreign exchange. What is this thing that we need to do quickly to turn around and make sure in the next 1 year or 2 years we're actually net exporters, not importers? Number 2, you spoke about the Shamba system. And CS and I, everywhere we go, we keep getting about complaints here. What is, and yet I have seen that KFS has been unable to manage. They don't have the money to deal with the silviculture. There is something good about the Shamba system, but why has it failed? Because there seems to have been a response, especially on maize. And this issue of maize, we need to be told, is it bad? Or is there a problem of management between forest managers and the CFAs? Can't it work? What do we need to do to make sure the Shamba system is fully functional? And finally, you spoke of a nice climate in Kenya for tree growing. How come we are at 7%? I was looking at statistics yesterday, CS. I saw the South America is leading actually. Brazil, 62%. Argentina there, all the rest, Bolivia, all of them above 50%. The North America, America itself 34, Canada 34, Mexico 36. You go to China around 23, India 25. The average for Africa is, I think 27, or how much? 28. And the global average is 31. Why are we tailing? Why are we behind? And what do we need to do quickly to move forward?
Thank you, Chairman, please.
Thank you, Bwana PS. Now, very briefly, what do we need to do? Just because Wamugunda, when he was Deputy Director of Forestry, cost a few cents, that should not be the reason to throw the baby with the bathtub. All the sawmills in the country should be running today. If you do that, sir, not sacrifice them because of our sins, That is one prescription. Now, Shamba system is misguided to say that the Shamba system, not by user, but it's a misguided view that the Shamba system is bad. What was bad was that crawling of peasants in forests, but not the cultivation per se, not agroforestry, not silvopastoral and tree and agricultural mixing. That is what ICRAF says. That is what my friend here, Dr. Chiboy, says. So we should listen to him. So the practice is still trees and bananas and potatoes and all those things. At one time we even had pyrethrum in forests. Just because a few things went wrong, what we need is to polish on that one, and I'm not avoiding the issues. Now, on our climate, we are told Canada, because of the, as you very well know, there are 6 months of winter, can only grow trees with 5, what we call mean annual increment of 5%, as opposed to us, who can do it at 40. With your bamboo, with your eucalyptus, with your exotic trees, you obtain the mean annual increment of above 20. This again is the research which these two custodians of research in forestry can subscribe to. We are on top as far as growth rates are concerned. And this is why it's such a tragedy that Chile, of all the countries, can be giving us palm food, not palm food, poles. Chile, of all the places, the plains, the pollution involved, the roads. Uganda here, they used to be junior to us as far as the forest was concerned. So was Tanzania, so was Africa. And here we are as orphans. I think basically you asked me for 3 things. I don't have the answers, but the answers are there with your men in Kenya Forestry Service and Kenya KEFRI. Please don't listen to those who are anti-forestry, and yet they are the users of forests. The poor farmer up there in Mau, he doesn't use the timber. We are crucifying him over. It is you, me, this gentleman here who needs timber. It is State House that needs charcoal. And yet we are there hunting the charcoal burner who cannot afford even the charcoal he's making. So, sir, we are not pro-people. We are not friendly to people. We are causing unemployment. We are fanning poverty. We are the masters of our misfortune. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Does anyone else in the plenary have a question? One quick one. Thank you. We invite 1 or 2 questions from our online participants. I'd like to request somebody from NetFund to bring us 1 or 2 questions.
Yes, we have a question from Raphael Kibet. Since we've got the best climate to pursue planting of trees and maintaining them, why have we lagged behind? Why can't we have a huge percentage of forestry? Forest cover, yes. That is the question from Mr. Kibet.
Thank you. Do we have any other question? Chairman can take on that one, I think. Thank you. Karibu, Chairman.
Now, the 7%, which is now the figures that I'm getting from Mr. Noor here, that we now have 7%, and that we are capable of getting the 10% because of the effort that has been put and been spearheaded by none other than our minister, our CS here. He has made very great strides, and we must commend him in making tree planting a reality. It's now being done all over. In fact, I used to laugh at planting in churches, planting in roads, planting in schools, planting in graves. This is now a reality in Kenya. The other day I had everybody is in planting trees now, the banks, the corporate world, everyone's planting. So we are getting there. The only thing we are not doing right is to follow up and see that they grow. And this is the challenge. The challenge is that we must follow and see them grow. We also should not just be doing fanfare planting. We should be seeing what is being planted. It's one thing to say plant indigenous trees, but what do you really mean by indigenous trees? There are 2,000 trees and shrubs in Kenya, and there's only a handful of them that can be useful to you. So we must follow up, and this we have also been told by our researchers and our Forestry Service, that plant purposefully, plant with a purpose, plant what can grow and benefit you. Don't just go and put a prothera of trees labeled indigenous, and that indigenous word means absolutely nothing to you unless you can say indigenous A, B, C, D, E, F. For instance, Globe here is advancing Mokao, and he will be telling us about us. And here is a tree that is proven and is indigenous. Several acacias are also being planted, which we used to think that they were not useful. But please, mix all those trees and don't condemn the so-called exotics. If you condemn exotics, then condemn your ganses, condemn your cabbages, condemn your maize, which are not indigenous. The world is a global village now, and I think we cannot say, oh, we just want Kenyan stuff. We only want indigenous Kenyans. Only the Maasais in Nairobi, for instance. Everybody else, get lost back to your villages. I'm not trivializing the question of indigenous trees, but have a mixture. Have a mixture. The eucalyptus, by the way, I didn't talk about it. The eucalyptus is still the best bet as far as tree planting is called in the world. It's only you Kenyans that have this strange message about it, that it eats, drinks water. Bamboo, which we are now accepting, giant bamboo, for instance, drinks far much more water, if I may use the word drinks, far much more water than eucalyptus and other exotics. But what you get out of it.
Move on to the actual. And we'd like to hear from Professor Balozi Bekuta of University of Eldoret. He will be telling us about the role of forest applications in enhancing forest management. Forest applications and forest management. And I think some of the questions that came from the floor virtually, and some of the questions that Chairman tells us will be answered in the course of the day, starts to get answered now. So I'm reliably informed that Professor is joining us virtually. Let's allow Professor to take the floor. Thereafter, we will also have a round of questions for 5 minutes, and I'd like to encourage our online participants to put their messages on chat. Because of the size of the call, it would be very difficult to speak and ask your question. So kindly, as Professor is speaking, if you have any questions, put it on the chat. We would be able to read it out. Thank you very much, and welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. I would like to talk about the role of forestry applications in enhancing sustainable forest management.
I think we need to work on the volume. That's coming up. Thank you.
Now? Okay. But the presentation is gone off. Okay, yeah. No, I just wanted to comment that maybe this will come later on. But I think it's also important that we are going to have discussions to answer some of these questions that were raised later on. My name is Balozi Bekuta, professor at University of Eldoret, and my co-author is Mr. Julius Livondo. Next. Well, I'll do the normal thing, introduce the topic, then we get into the discussion. I'll mention a few innovations that I think can work, and then we'll finish there. Next.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with that small hitch. It's the day of keeping up with technology. Professor, we'll request that you raise the volume of your mic a bit. I think our ICT has tried all they could to hear you. Could you give a try, please?
Yes. Is it any better now?
Very nice, loud and clear. Welcome on the floor, Professor.
Thank you very much. Okay. So let's continue with the... Yes, thank you. Now, the FAO defines sustainable forest management as the stewardship and use of forests and forest lands in a way and at a rate that maintains their biodiversity, productivity, regeneration capacity, vitality, their potential to fulfill now and in the future relevant ecological, economic, social functions at local, national, and global levels, and that does not cause damage to other ecosystems. And there we have actually the basis of not only this discussion we have today, but a lot of issues that we have in Kenya. I mean, the first one, if we look at this definition, is that if we are to do this stewardship and use of forests at a rate, how do we get this rate? And this rate should also, we are talking of maintaining biodiversity and so on. So we have actually a lot of other uses that forests can provide, and these uses should not conflict all the way. And we are looking also at the ecological, the economic, the environment. We are talking about today and in the future. And you see, therefore, that when you bring innovations, then you can actually have all this without any conflicts. And I have to say that I allowed our CS when he actually said that these innovations, we should not just think about rocket science. No, even our grandfathers, they had innovations. And I will define what innovations are, but these innovations should be seen for their value. There is no innovation, in my view, that we can say this is backward. No, we have to do one that is maybe done in Canada, in New Zealand, and so on. No, let's do something that works for us so that we can actually improve our forestry and the environment. Now, sustainable forest management remains to be critical in Kenya, okay, and many other places, because we still continue to lose forest land, and forest land is going into many other uses. This, of course, means, therefore, that when you look at it economically, then forestry is seen to be pulling the shorter straw. And this, again, is where innovations should show us. Simple models, for example, okay, economic models to show us that forestry will give as much money as other land uses. Because if we can't do that, then we are not getting anywhere, in my view. So sustainable forest management will continue to be important. because we need also to bring community subsistence needs into our policies. And this should actually not lip service, but it should be something that is working, that these custodians, and we've gone into communities now, being part of our forest management, they have to see tangible results. Next. Next, please. Thank you. So while professional forestry is essentially old in Kenya, we are still actually making a lot of important decisions by using the bottom of the pants approach. This is rules of thumb that you hope it will work, you hope it will not work. And yet you have Kenya Forestry Service, you have KEFRI, Kenya Forest Research Institute, you have universities that are actually teaching forestry. So why should we still use the rules of thumb? Okay, and even with increased values, if you look at climate change, this is a really big opportunity, especially when we start thinking about our youth who are crazy about ICT. And when we talk about innovations, ICT is at the center of it. So we can actually employ a lot of our youth and we can grow forestry. Now, this is very, very important. So if we don't do this, then this stewardship and use of forests and forest lands in a way that actually benefits us and future generations is actually threatened. So there is need to change. Okay, any good business should pay for the costs. And I think forestry, if we really look at forestry in terms of a business, it should employ our people and our youth. And the numbers show that we can do this and actually get a lot of profits. So that's where I think maybe we differ, but this could be for another time. Okay, next. Next slide. Thank you. Now, what are these innovations that we are talking about? Well, an innovation is a new idea. It can be a new method of doing things. It can be a device or equipment for performing tasks efficiently. And embracing innovations in forestry could mean doing things in a different way, in a simple, affordable approach, so that we can meet the desired sustainable forest management goals. Now, forest apps, which are easy to use and address issues frequently experienced by tree growers, could, one, reduce institutional conflicts. Take a very simple example. We have the forest. The forest, you've got a KFS, you've got Kenya Wildlife Service, you've got Kenya Water Towers. All these organizations, as an example, they need that forest, but they have different mandates. So when you use these innovations, especially forestry apps, it means that these organizations can work together, and the benefits that come from that working together using these apps will actually be able to satisfy those organizations. Forestry apps also can strengthen communication channels and platforms. You build a simple app and you can see that you can already communicate to tree growers if they are using that app. You can communicate to educational institutions. You can communicate to major investors and so on. So there is actually a lot of value from that. And from that, of course, then you get to a stage where you streamline your policy making processes. You don't want policies that conflict, okay? So by using these forestry apps, we can also gain that benefit of streamlining this policy-making process, and in doing that, we end up mainstreaming SFM into our national forest programs. Next. Thank you. Why innovations in sustainable forest management? Well, innovations are very, very attractive. I'm saying attractive, I'm looking at it from the number of workers that we have who are not actually working, our youth. Okay, our youth, they are really into these innovations, and they because if we make this really to work, then it will simplify a lot of work that we do, and it will offer a lot of opportunities for our youth. Innovations will actually give us outputs that are easy to understand. Okay, easy to understand to tree growers, whether you're at the national level, whether you're at the grassroots. They are also simple to use because at the click of a button, once somebody has been shown how it works, they can actually get solutions to problems. They give agreeable results to field expectations. Those of us who've been working in the field, especially my colleagues in KEFRI, we know that some of these apps, you go and you talk to tree growers in the village, and once they know how to use them, they will actually tell you that, yes, this makes sense. They are easy to sell to users. With good algorithm, they can actually reduce obvious bias in outputs, because those biases, some of them, they don't come from numbers, they come from our own bias, either politically or professionally. And these apps can also tackle problems and issues frequently experienced by tree growers. And so they are also dynamic in terms of these apps can be improved to answer different questions that are relevant today. Next. Now, we have three main categories here. These apps, as we develop them, they should actually answer our social problems. They should answer economic problems, because as the Lord Kelvin once said, if you can't put it in money, then most likely it is useless. And we know this. Even love, which is such an emotional thing even to kids, it's got to be put in economic terms. You don't buy me a toy, you don't love me. Okay? Even if you provide food, kids will tell you that, you know. And then, of course, they should also handle our environmental goals. These apps come into three broad sort of categories. I look at them as those that are educational, targeting young foresters, targeting environmentalists and entrepreneurs. And in this group here, we have a lot of our youth in there. Those that are management, these would be especially relevant to KFS, major tree growers. Thank you. We've got Net Fund today. We've got Better Globe Forestry. And then we've got those also that are important in research. And this is where we have KEFRI and we have the higher learning institutions, the universities, and Londiani, Kenya Forestry College. Okay, so those are the main sort of broad groups. And while most developers concentrate on the economic goals, I think it's inevitable that we do not actually, or we handle or we tackle the social and environmental aspects to ensure the sustainability and relevance of these apps in today's work environment. Next. Now, these apps also, they are relevant because they answer these needs today of tree growers and managers. But when you look at them, in my view, we've got, we need apps that can handle or tackle nursery problems. We have nursery problems even today. For example, water use efficiency and nutrition. Some people, when you talk about nutrition, they wonder whether trees need nutrition. Of course they do. They are living entities, they are growing. If they are growing, they need food. If you need food, then for trees, you are talking of nutrition, and that nutrition has got to be in water. But that water, you can't just flood everything, no. So the water use efficiency is important. 80% of our country is in arid and semi-arid regions. And we've been always talking about extending or taking forestry to the arid and semi-arid areas. Water is a challenge there. These apps actually can assist us so that with very, very little water, we can actually grow and raise trees there. Nutrition, we have problems of salt there. Apps in forestry can also answer this. And some of these innovations, we already have them. Look at what tree biotechnology has done. One, it's reduced the size of the pot. Number two, it's made sure that whatever they use is actually portable. You can carry it from one place to another because of the small size. But within that small size, it's packaged in a way that you have enough moisture and you've got enough nutrition for your young seedling. These are the innovations we are talking about. So KFS, carefree universities, and all other people in tree growing, this is an example that we can actually pick and emulate. Okay, pre-plant site management, we are talking about land preparation before we do planting. When was the last time that you saw a land that had been prepared and you are told that trees are going to be planted or seedlings are going to be planted here? This is important, especially in highland places, because the weather is very good. But that good weather does not only benefit your seedlings, it also benefits what we are calling weeds. Okay, and from a scientific point of view, let me here say something that's contradictory. Contradictory because, in my view, as a scientist, if I'm looking at forestry and growing trees so that they give me good returns, whether those returns are money, whether it's carbon fixation to mitigate climate change and so on, then your maize is weeds to me. Then your pyrethrum is weeds to me. Okay, so I want my trees to be really like babies, you know, so that when they are growing, they are nurtured, and any food that you put will benefit your young trees. I know this is also going to be a big debate. We can leave it for another time, but from a scientific point of view, that's where we should actually head to. Then when we look at post-plant site management, these are the things we talk about, like weeding and so on. And I think without making any excuses, if you have planted trees for money, you should also be able to pay people to do weeding, to reduce that competition for those trees. You can't plant your trees for money and then you expect my grandmother to come and do weeding there in the name of Shamba and so on. I'm sorry. If we are going to use forestry apps, if we are going to go into sustainable forestry management, let's make forestry then to be a business. the forestry that we are talking about now, which can bring in this and so on, this can be community forestry. Let's separate this. Let's separate this. Now, this post-plant site management is important everywhere, whether you are in arid and semi-arid areas or the highlands or in the lowlands. Okay, but also other important apps that we need to think about is fire prediction and preparedness. We have fire issues every year. We can develop apps so that they can actually warn us in case in case a forest is really on the verge of getting fire and so on. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor. I hope you can hear me. We have 1 minute left. I don't know if you can hear me, Prof.
Yes, I can hear you.
Kindly, we have a minute left.
Next.
Thank you.
Okay. So some of the examples that have been developed, we have the University of Eldoret that teamed up with University of Finland, and they did venture for young learners. They did eucalypts with communities in Baringo so that you reduce the degradation. And then they did multicalc, which gave the value of a tree. But I have to say that Kefri app, and I'm happy that the Senior Deputy Director will talk about this app. Next. So thank you very much to all the organizations and all those who are attending. Thank you.
Professor Balozi, thank you very much. That has been very informative. I'd like to pick 2 questions from the floor very quickly because of time, and have 2 from our online participants. Is anyone ready to go? Anyone on the floor with a question, please? Great, so we could look at the online questions that we have. Thank you. We do not have any questions online. Thank you very much. Professor, you've dipped us right into it to explore the opportunities of tapping technology into this using applications. And we will have a chance to listen to Dr. Jane Njuguna talk about one of the examples that Professor gave. And I think once we do that, we'll be in a better place to interrogate it more. I've only seen a comment, Professor, from our online participants that you could kindly share your presentations. So please work with the NetFund Secretariat to share your presentation, then it can be circulated to the participants. And now, our chief guest, sir, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to usher in the next presentation from Dr. Jane Njuguna of Kenya Forestry Research Institute. Dr. Jane is basically talking to us about the Kefri app as introduced by Professor Balozi. So karibu sana Jane.
Our chief guest, our cabinet secretary, our principal secretary, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Lord is good. The Lord is good. And all the time. Yeah, even today he is good. Where? Okay, I'm going to start here. First of all, I want to say that I realize we did not pray. For those who know me, we start the day with thanking God. But because we did not pray, I want to pray that the Lord forgives us for the sin of omission. Do you agree with me? Yes, and then we continue. I want to continue by talking about the Kefri app. I appreciate Professor Balozi for introducing the lot of innovations and applications. As Carefree, we have a lot, but today we're just going to talk about two. We have many that also we call decision support systems. So what you have on the board or the screen is a tree species site matching tool, which we are calling the Carefree app. And we are happy that it is one of the innovations that is driving to the achievement of the 10% tree cover in the country. And I want to appreciate our ICT team from Carefree, led by our CEO, for the work they have done since 2018 to develop this app. Next slide. I don't want to take a lot of time introducing Carefree to most of you. I'm sure you know, but just a little history. Together with the KFS, we are the oldest members of the Forestry Department or the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. My records shows, official records shows that the forestry development started in 1890s, but we popularly know the 1900s when the railway started. That's when we started to have formal forestry. And forest plantation started around 1910, and between 1910 and 1934, we see officially the role of forestry research under the former East African Agriculture and Forestry Research Organization, IAFRO. Carefree was formed in 1986. I said forestry research started in 1984. As an institution, we were formed in 1986 under the CAP 250, which was repealed in 2013 on Science and Technology Act. Currently, we are working on a standalone statute called the Carefree Bill 2021. Next. Our mission and vision, let's not spend a lot of time on that because you also have the presentation. Next. In our, the current strategic plan, we have 8 strategic objectives, and one of them is, the main one is to generate and transfer technologies for the establishment of forest plantations, trees on farms, and general landscapes. Our second most important function is to produce superior germplasm of priority tree species for plantation management in the various ecological zones and also on farms. And more importantly is we develop this through intensive tree breeding programs, which are long-term. We also have technologies for rehabilitation and restoration of degraded forest landscapes, woodlands, wetlands, and riparian areas, and also for efficient processing and utilization of wood and non-wood forest products. Next. Our 5th objective is to formulate science-based policies for sustainable forest management and environmental conservation for improved livelihoods, and of course to disseminate research findings like in a forum like this, to strengthen institutional capacity for research development, and to enhance corporate cooperation, communication, and publicity. Let's continue. Carefree and innovations. With that long history of formation and work, we have over 500 research products, technologies, and innovations that are instrumental and that can be used and are in use today to help the country achieve the national and global development agenda. And of these, we have a few of them that are key, that we can all relate with. High-quality germplasm. I'm sure most of you in this room have ordered for seeds from Carefree. We have also the integration and diversification of trees on farms, because forestry in this country, you know, it has 4 main exotic tree species, but it is our role to ensure that we get diverse tree species for the various landscapes to avert some crisis. High-quality forest products for construction, furniture, and biochemicals, medicinal and herbal products, and especially now when it is during COVID, I'm sure most of you have looked for several herbal concoctions. FSK, you remember, there was a time we were all looking for Wanjiro Warurie, that is Ajuga remoter, to prevent COVID. So that is a forest product. So we are actually generating technologies squarely for the Big 4 and the National Development Agenda. And also for carbon sequestration and mitigation for climate change, carefree researchers are on the forefront in terms of developing allometric equations for the carbon markets in order to assess how much carbon is being produced. Today, we are talking about innovative digital products such as the Carefree app. We are going to see about it just now. Piloting aerial seeding to meet the country's restoration agenda, the international commitments we have made of 5.1 million hectares. Next. Now, the Carefree app, we are calling it, is a professional guide to tree growing in your hand. It is a mobile platform that seeks to establish a paradigm shift from traditional sporadic tree planting trends to a more impactful and purposeful tree growing culture. The main objective is to provide information to enhance coordination of smart greening activities in the country. And there is need to move towards promoting resident tree growing across the country. And how are we doing that, or how is the app doing that? It is insisting on tree species site matching. Next. Why did we develop the app? There are many activities in this country, and we have planted trees everywhere. I think even before I was born, as we have said, trees have been planted, but we don't have data where they have been planted, what has been planted, and how it's surviving. This has become difficult, especially for investors, for the sawmills. You find that most of the sawmills tend to follow KFS forest plantations, because that's where they are sure that there's this plantation, this material. But on the farmland, you find people moving all over. So it has become difficult. It's difficult on a system like that to invest, let's say, in the pulp industry without knowing where your material is. Now, most of you come back to us of poor survival and death of trees. And this is because most of the trees are not planted in the right site. They are not even managed the right way. They're not even planted in the right way. We find people planting trees with the potting tubes. The national strategy for achieving and maintaining the 10% tree cover identified the need for innovative products to track progress of the same since 2019. Because sometimes we hear we are 23%, 5.4%, 7.2%. So where are we? So this app is made to help us know exactly that.
Dr. We have 2 minutes to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for this, we have the app. The objectives is science-based to enable the government and individuals to document tree planting activities, to monitor plant survival, and when fully implemented, it will provide big data on the total number of trees planted in the country, disaggregated by species, age, county, and origin. It also provide professional guide to tree planting, say that, and track 10% tree cover. Our chief guest, we know for a fact that with this app, together with the use of drones in tree monitoring, we'll be able to tell the number of trees that are in the country at any given one, because it's a real-time application. I've been given two minutes, so I'm almost to the end. These are the features of the app. And for us to understand and actually agree that it works, I have my technical team. We have data. Sereni has provided mobile data. So Gilbert, can you please take us on how to access the app and how to use the app so that we know whether it is fake news or it is real news? Our Cabinet Secretary talked of tangible solutions. So please, use your phone. I allow you to use your phone. Yes, Sylvester. We want to appreciate the role the youth is playing. We have been working with the youth, the university students, on initiative and attachment to develop this app. So we have our Sylvester Odera. You go to the app. Are we all there? Okay. He's connecting.
I think, Dr. for the purposes of demonstrating,
yeah.
I think we could add you about 5 minutes more.
Thank you.
Because it's important for us to really appreciate how the application works.
Thank you.
So about 5 minutes with your team. Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot to remove my mask.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, I'm Sylvester Dera from K3 ICT. So basically, I'll take you through the application. The first stage of the application is the onboarding or the registration. This enables the users to register either as a government institution, an NGO, a private company, or an individual. So for example, if it registers as an organization, we'll choose K3. Google Play Store, then you'll search for K3 app.
Go to the Google Play Store, just like M-Pesa. That's how simple we are. Professor talked about simple, affordable apps. This is very simple. You go to Google Play Store, install the K3 app.
Okay, once you install it, you'll be able to see you'll click on the registration. That is if you don't have the account, but if you have the account, you'll click on the login. So because I'm assuming like that everyone here is the first time user, they'll click on the registration, then you'll enter the data below, or rather the one that is showing on the screen. So,
have you registered? Is our K3 logo, K3 app?
Then you choose on your preferred password.
Oh. You have it. You see, the presenters is working. So
okay.
as we wait for yours, so that will be the next.
Once you register successfully, you'll be redirected to the login page. Sorry?
Sorry. Who needs help? DG Net Fund. Do you need help? iPhone.
Oh.
It's an Android.
Actually, we are working on Android, on the iOS version. We'll be able to deploy it in 2 weeks' time from now.
Okay, sorry. Okay, for those with Android, continue.
Yes. So once you register successfully, you'll be able to, it will direct you to the login page, and from the login page you'll enter your details, the one that you used to register. That will be the email and the password, and you'll get this prompt to allow the app to access your location. So once you accept that, you will access these features in the main page. The first one will be your username and the number of seedlings that you have documented, either as an individual or organization. So in my case, I registered as an individual, so these are the 3 seedlings that I've planted that are documented through the application. The first main feature of the app is the species to site matching. If you can see the first one, the first page, the first feature. When you click on it, the app will load your location automatically, and it will show you the tree species eligible within that specific area that you are in. So like in our case, you can see like it has loaded our location. Then it has shown the tree species eligible within the specific area. So you can see it shows the scientific name of the species and also other common names, the local names, the Swahili names, and other local names that are common for the given tree species. So like in this case, we have like 15 species eligible that we have already mapped in this region. The app also gives you an alternative to select any part of the country or such. So you can zoom out the map and select any part of the country. If you select, like in this case, I've selected the area around the lake region, Lake Victoria region, and you can see we have mapped 9 species that are available that can grow well in that area. There is also a search bar where you can search any location. Like let's, for example, that one. the app will redirect you to that region and also show you the species that are eligible within that specific region. Yeah, yes. We are also working to make the app more better, so we are still mapping, we are adding more and more species so that the app can have as many species as possible. The next feature of the application is enables user or an individual or other an organization to document a tree planting activity. So for example, in this case, if you select like add the tree species, or you can document a previous tree planting activity or a new activity. So like in this case, if you click like document a new tree activity, it will prompt you to select the county in which the activity is happening at. So if you select, like let's say in this case we are in Nairobi, it will ask for the specific location where the tree planting activity is happening, like let's say Ole Sereni.
We can see you are very excited about this app. I think if you allow the presenter to finish, we can go over this over lunch hour or during break so that we don't take a lot of time.
Yeah. You can also select the planting organization, like if it's Kefri in this case, number of seedlings that you have planted in that specific time. Like let's say we planted like 20 in this case, and the species planted. Here we will input the species name and the quantity of the species you have planted. Like let's say if you planted like 20 in this case. The app also has a camera feature. This one enables us to verify that you really documented this activity. This activity really happened. So if you clicked on the camera, it will prompt you to take the picture of that tree planting activity so that...
So right now you are the trees in the picture.
Yeah. Yeah, so it will prompt you to take a photo of that tree planting activity so that before we verify this tree planting activity, we will use that photo to verify that this tree planting activity really occurred. We don't allow to upload photos because somebody might upload the photo of a previously planting activity. So it only allows you to open the camera so that we can verify that that activity happened. So like in this case, if you take that, you can't upload. You can just take directly from the camera. Yeah. So if you select OK, it will send the image to us. Then it will give you an option to now document the tree planting activity. The coordinates will be picked automatically, and it will directly show that activity to the map. Like in this case, you see the tree planting activity has been documented successfully. So when you go to the activities, in my case, you'll see it will load by location, and it will show the number of seedlings that I've planted and the exact location. In this panel, you will also be able to open all activities. Now with this one, you can see all the tree planting activities that have been happening around the country and have been documented. So like in this case, we've documented, so far we've documented 41,308,321,000. And you can see the area that were planted in. Like if you click this one was planted by KFS on 7th April 2020. The county was Kwale. The exact location was Shimba Hills, and the number of seedlings that were planted. So in this map, we have all the data, those markers shows all the tree planting activities that have been happening around the country. We also have features for the verification features. Now this one helps the government organization to go and verify these tree planting activities. Like when they select on the map, they'll be able to see the tree planting activities that has been happening around the country. So let's say they want to verify this. They will see the organization that planted the tree, the date, the species planted, and the number that were planted. So when they click on verify, they will input the currently on growing trees. Like let's say it's 200, then they will take a photo of the same. Once they take the photo of the same, they'll be able to submit it to us and click on verify. So once the verification is done,
I'm being told we are taking a lot of time on this.
Okay.
So if you allow us, we stop the demo here, but we are here to ensure that you get through the app. So
okay.
This is one.
Just 1 minute on that.
Analytics, it's important. I'm sure just a second. We see the analytics.
Thank you very much. Okay. One of the key things that the app has is now the analytics function, whereby all this data that is collected in terms of tree growing activities is pushed to our database. For example, as at now, we have been able to document 41,308,273 planting activities.
Since August 2019.
Since August 2019, and this process is ongoing. So basically, the data is categorized as per county, so you can see which counties are leading, which ones we need to do a lot of work. And so basically, this is now affects policy, affects decision making, because Carefree now, through innovations, is providing you the data that you can use to plant. For example, when you look at that map, you can see the distribution of the planting activities. You see it is more or less leaning on one side of the country. The rest of the country needs some other interventions. So basically, the app gives you ability to mine data. You can see where you are. You can calculate the gap. You can see the progress as per counties, and you can plan using this app. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think. This is the data captured which has geographic locations verified. We have a lot of unverified data that people just said we are planting in this area, but we could not get the exact points to get the geolocations. So soon we are now verifying. We have people who are manning the data on geographic locations for the people. You also note that we don't have a lot of information from Jan, Better Group, for example. We need you to document all your activities in the app, whether it is now or previous, so that we can tell, well, the tree planting activities. Jan, you want to ask a bit? It can go back to as, we can decide we want to know maybe trees planted in the last 20 years, because it allows you, is it a previous activity you want to document? Is it an active activity right now? You can document trees of various ages. And that's why we said at any one time, if Kenyans use it, we'll be able to know how many trees we have at what age, so to guide the investment. John.
Jim, I don't want to be a spoil sport, but is there a possibility of correction?
Yes.
In case the seedlings have died?
What we said is there's a verification module where we have to verify whether actually what you planted is what is there. And that is now in the next phase, we'll be having people to verify. We have a network of all the state agencies in the ministry and others to actually go back there on these sites that we have said. If we said we planted 5,000 seedlings in a site, we need people to verify that these 5,000 are still there. That's what we're saying. We are tracking the progress of 10% tree cover. What is the effective increase per year, per month, like that?
Yeah, one of the key things that will be handled in the next phase is the verification module, whereby at the end of the day, the result will be the survival rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I beg for your indulgence because of time. This turned out to be more interesting than had been scheduled for. So kindly allow us a few more minutes, especially to do 2 or 3 more questions. Chief guest, is that in order? Thank you very much. So let's go to Mr. Tonyok for his question.
Okay, my question is how are we gathering this information? Are we collaborating, for instance, with KFS? We can ensure that every forester or every guard has access to this application, because in that sense, I think we're able to gather more information and up-to-date information.
Thank you very much. Next question. Then they will just answer. Let's take about 3, and then it will be answered once. Yes. Over to you, sir. Yes, please. Bonanur. Then we will go to the PS.
Mine is 2 questions. One is, I think, related to what Mr. Tonyok is asking. And then the other one is Does this 41 million include the aerial seeding? So which means around 38 million is from aerial seeding? 29 million. Okay, then I think we need to do a lot of work in terms of updating the data, because what we have within our custody is minus aerial seeding is about 70 million or so. Thanks.
Thank you. So data collection, data updating. Bwana Pierce, please.
I think we need to direct everyone involved to make sure this is captured, so that all the tree planting exercise we are doing now, all those who are responsible must make sure they document what they do, and it becomes a must. I think CS, this is your forte here. We need to write to maybe CS or HOPS or whoever that can make sure we communicate this to the entire government. Then we use our partners, all the banks, all those we know are involved, should help us gather the data. This is how we can only document how the progress we're making. Then another program is to look back and see how much we have done before, and maybe answer his question of what was planted, how many have survived. It's good to check, and it is good to, it will help us. But going forward, I think it will be like a must. No tree planting will take place without being captured. I don't know how we can make this an order for everyone.
I will allow you to take the two and then go over to Joshua's desk for the comments online. So answer the two and then we will get more from Joshua. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Yes, as you've seen during the registration process, the app allows different categories of actors to register for the app. One of them is government institutions. Currently, we are working very closely with KFS, your ICT team, to have this data onboarded. One of the things you've noticed is that the app primarily uses geolocations. The data is geotagged, so that when it comes up to the app, it has to have the georeferencing features. So that is what we are working on, so that we are around that 70 million that is documented. Again, we are mining data all over. We have people who are working on data, so that we document every planting activity that is happening within the country, so that the quality of the data that is presented is quite okay.
What I also want to say is that in the app we have the accounts for the various institutions. All the institutions in the ministry are within the app, and they will need to create their own app and now collect the data, which will always feed into the big data at the Kefri servers. So all the institutions are covered, plus the CBOs and the youth groups. There are so many youth, groups that have been planting trees. We have them in the database. So we need to connect with them from now on. We couldn't take it out before it is officially launched by our CS. Now it is our time to create awareness and send the application to the various groups so that they can update the database. And within the next 1 month, we should have also a very clear knowledge of what we have on the ground.
Thank you very much. Daktari, now let's hear from our online participants. Joshua, please.
Yes. The app has generated quite a bit of interest, so you will expect the inevitable question. There is Winfred Nyaga who is asking, kindly let Dr. Jane tell us, according to our latest data from the Kefri app, where we are as a country in the tree cover. This morning it was at 7.2%. There's someone who's asking, how do developers gain out of this great app? Is it free? And then one more, let me just give you one more question. Can the Kefri app work in offline mode? Offline. Is it, can it be offline mode?
That is offline.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with the last one. Yeah, the app uses location services, so your phone location services, one has to be up and on, and then two, at least you have to be connected to the internet, so that the data is pushed directly to our servers. Two, we are very proud as Carefree to develop this app, not only for commercial or financial gain, but towards the common goal and common good of the country at large. The third one, yes, at the moment, yes, it is free. Just go to Google Play Store, you will get it, no charges. Just use it. Document any activity, planting activities you have. We want that data. We want you to plant your trees comfortably and have it recorded.
Thank you very much. I think there's another question for Dr. Balozi, Professor Balozi, please. How many thousands of green-collar digital forestry jobs could be created in Kenya by creating smart apps for every county? And this can be replicated regionally as well. Is Professor with us? Maybe you could just attend to that.
I think a lot of jobs, because I believe with such innovations, primarily we have the data, but the offshoot of this is quite something. Because when you look at the gaps, when you look at the data can tell you the gaps. So through that, CBOs can be established, people can do nurseries, people can plant trees, people can engage in very many ways that will lead towards the attainment and even surpassing the 10% tree cover. So I believe a lot of jobs, directly and indirectly, can be created through this app.
Just to add, one beautiful feature of this app is we created an incentive for the nurseries. Because in tree species site matching, we are also endeavoring to link the tree growers with the nearest tree nurseries. KFS has registered tree nurseries, and Carefree is registering them. So if we have a registered tree nurseries, we're also registering what they have. And in this module, they can go direct. You can actually order your seedlings online from the nearest nursery next to you. And this is going to create livelihood. That's the first incentive for the tree growers, that you can order directly, then you can agree whether the vendor will send the seedlings to you or you'll go for them and at what price. So with the time, we'll see whether to make some little money out of that to maintain the app, but it will be a good thing. But that's the first incentive for the tree growers and the tree nursery producers. You don't have to carry seedlings from Muguka to Maseno when you can just go to a nursery in Rwanda or in Kitale, because there's a tree nursery next to you and your farm is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other burning question? Then could I request for a round of applause for Dr. Jane and team?
My technical advisor is asking whether the CS can say something about it, or is it now or later?
Very well.
Yeah, so we do it later?
No,
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, why don't we just launch it here? Then we can, or is there?
But when I see us, we are so excited because we are trying to calculate the cost of launching this app, and we didn't have the funds. So thank you, the Net Fund. Thank you, CS.
Thank you very much.
We are happy.
Dr. Jen, is anybody else from your team supposed to come up?
Yeah, our CEO has been very useful. The technical team.
Yeah. And Bwana PS, karibu sana. Great. Do you have anything you're unveiling, Daktari?
Well, yes.
So we can do the screen. I suggest we project the app on the screen.
Yes.
Interesting times. We need to know how to launch technological apps now. So is it possible to mount it on the screen? Yes. Thank you. Yes. Just a page, I think, for photography to show what it is that the CS is launching today.
Now, so may I take this opportunity to officially launch this extraordinary application, green application by Carefree
done for the ministry and the entire country, and to congratulate the CEO, the board, and the technical team that has been working on this application for the last couple of months. And it is revolutionary, I must say this, and will go a long way in ensuring that we have accurate, verifiable data on regarding the trees that we have been planting at all levels, including in our home state. So congratulations, and it is now my greatest pleasure to officially launch this amazing application. And the PS made a fair point that for it to have any meaningful purpose, it is important that not just the public and non-state actors, but more importantly, all ministries, departments, and agencies of government should, and this we will take it up within the established framework, should be required to document, record, not just what they will be planting from tomorrow or from today, but what they have been planting for the last couple of years, and especially from 2018, since August 2018, when the rollout for the National Tree Planting Campaign was launched by His Excellency the President. Survival rate, because it is one thing to plant, to put a seedling in the hole and pour water, but it's quite the other to ensure that what you have planted has been nurtured and grow into a tree, and trees into a forest. That really, really is important, and I should believe that the application has all the functionalities. And I believe the next phase would be also then the sensitization. You need to sensitize the public in the media, and I don't think it is cast in stone. There will be a period to test run it, and there should still be a possibility to improve on it as we go along. I thank you once again, and I am extremely, for the ministry, myself, the PS, CAS, this really, really is a huge scope. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bwana Chief Guest. Thank you very, very much. I'll now request us to take our seats back. Ladies and gentlemen, let me request for another round of applause for Kefri. As it has been said, I think it is groundbreaking in terms of our conservation efforts as a country. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd also like to still request for your indulgence, because you realize that we are about 20 minutes behind schedule, but it's all because I think we all agree that this needed much more time than it had been allocated. And at this point then, I think I'll request that we take on the break. There's a presentation from Kefri about aerial seeding, another very exciting area in forest management. So I'm advised that we take the break and then come for aerial seeding? How long will it take? So that we can it would be 10 minutes. Each presenter had 10 minutes. Are we happy to give her the 10 minutes? Very good. So Daktari, the floor is yours again. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm able to present to you one of the innovations that Kefri has also undertaken in terms of our push towards a 10% recover. Next, the purpose of aerial seeding is to accelerate restoration efforts towards achieving the 10% and also to meet the global commitments that the country has done. Continue. Yes, let's forget about a lot of introductions, but we know, I've just said, we have the 10% recover, that's the driving, and the 5.1 million hectares. And my quick mathematics tells me that in this country, we are able, and Noor can confirm, we are able to do about 5,000 hectares per year, that is planting. Bona CS and PS, your ministry, which we fall under, committed to restore 5.1 million hectares at a rate of 5,000 hectares per year. How long will it take? Swift mathematics will tell you 1,000 years. 1,000 years. So where shall we be? Is it a pipe dream? Maybe, maybe not. But from KEFRI, we thought about it, and we also looked at what was given to us in terms of the 10% recover. It is section 9.19, to use technologies to accelerate all this, to restore and rehabilitate the dry lands, because we have to improve their livelihoods. So we piloted aerial seeding in Masai Mau. Please continue. What is aerial seeding, really? All of you, what is it? It's something from the air, isn't it? I just want to say that in my training, that the seed dispersal, and seeds are dispersed in various ways. If you go along the road and you find that a tree is growing, it came from somewhere, either from the soil or it's from the birds or the air. So this is just a technique. It sounds new, and when we started, it created a lot of interest from various groups, and I could understand why. Because this is not conventional. Professor said we must do new things, or maybe old things in new ways. That is what makes it an innovation. We know that most of our landscapes, the degraded landscapes are steep, they are not easily accessible. So we know that this old practice, it started in the 1940s elsewhere, to degrade, to restore areas, especially that were ravaged after the First and the Second World War. So it is not new, it is only new to Kenya. But it's not new to Kenya either, because the agriculture people use it. It's only new to forestry. Let's continue. And that's it. These are some of the examples of the countries that have used aerial seeding to restore their degraded lands. Continue. Now, I said if we take the 5,000 hectares per year, take 1,000 years. Now let's look at the cost of aerial seeding. And we looked at 5 tree planting or restoration techniques. But here we want to talk about practically what we know. We know that planting a hectare, and Noor and my KFS, Carol is here from FSK, will tell us that to plant 1 hectare takes on average 80,000 per hectare. 80,000. But when you look at aerial seeding and all its costs, you will see that if we continue. Now, if you look at that graph carefully, if you look at the graph, you will see the figures. That is the size, what the target for restoration, and how much it will cost for the 2 methods. And you can see that if we are going to do the conventional planting, it will take us 4 or 8 billion. And Bwana PS, we really thank you for looking for funds for this. But you can see what the job you have to look for 108 billion for us to restore. So, but to help you have a good sleep at night, we have looked at aerial seeding. Let's continue. So why we have given that? Let's continue. Then this is what done in Masai Mau. For all those who are there, that is a map of the area. And we have given a short background of the Masai Mau forest. Let's continue. Yes, and this is the process of aerial seeding. We have about 8 steps that starts with the team formation and the key activities, that's what we call the protocol. Part of the aerial seeding, the exercise was also to develop lessons learned. What do you need to do? What stages should you follow when you're doing your aerial seeding? So we have an 8 step, starting from team coordination and the rest of the key activities. Let's continue. So these are just the details of the site matching. The community awareness is very important. If you continue, next. That's the map. The orange area is the seeded area in Masai Mara, and the blue area is what was planted during that time. It was about 500 hectares. And if we get to know how much was spent on the 500 hectares vis-a-vis the orange area which was seeded, we spent about 11,500,000 to seed 3,600 hectares. And the planting, Nur, I think it took about 40 million. With all the, a good estimate, it took about 40 million to plant 500 hectares. Let's continue. So this is the second stage. This is very important in terms of community sensitization. You need to have the people with you so that when you are doing the exercise, you do not get opposition. So we took time to go through the community sensitization with the key stakeholders and the agencies that are in the ministry. Let's go down. Continue. Next, please. And then the next stage is to determine the species, the right species for the site. This was done by KEFRI, because from our seed center, and also using the ecology and the species that are there, visiting the sites and see what is growing. We zeroed in on about 15 tree species. Continue, please. Then there's a procuring of aerial seeding. We also realized that it's only one company in the country at the moment that was able to undertake. They had the facilities. I believe by now there could be two or three more, which we need to explore. Let's continue. And then there was the launch of the aerial seeding led by our cabinet secretary. Next. That is, these are the activities, mixing tree seeds. Continue. Yes, that's the day. Continue, please. That's the area of the map. There's a flight path. What is in red is the flight path, the way the plane was going up and down in terms of the seeding. Next. Yes, the number 6 is we had to verify whether seeds actually fell down. And to do this, we had to estimate the seeding rate during the exercise. And then we did soil analysis. And to do that, you have to get some polythene bags on the ground so that you could be able to tell how many seeds were falling within a hectare. Continue, please. That is the verification. Continue. Next slide. Yes, as scientists, it's one thing to have seeds from the air. We also wanted to verify using the hand broadcasting. Within the same area, we had plots that we did had broadcasting just to compare which one is more effective and also maybe cost effective. Let's continue. That is the group. Now this is demarcating the plots for hand broadcasting. Continue. I seem to be faster than the technology. Now, what did we learn from aerial seeding? This, first of all, is significantly cheaper. There's no arguing about that.
We have a minute.
1 minute.
To go.
I'm just about to finish. It's significantly cheaper, and I said, when we compare the two methods, it came to roughly 3,000 per hectare to aerial seed, everything plus, compared to 80,000 per hectare. It was easy also to cover large areas, those steep areas, within a very short time. Next. I think we also had some good lessons which you can read through, that in the mixing, seeds, the forest seeds are of different sizes, of course, and at that point we had not known the effect of mixing the different size seeds. So we learned that it is not good to mix the different seed sizes. It is good to have seeds that are uniform size so that you can have even distribution. We also learned that it's possible that some seeds were blown away from where we expected. And for this, we also recommended that the seed balls could be used for such an extent to increase the weight. Next. Conclusion, I've already said that it's cost effective, efficient, and cost effective. And going forward, is that when we did the assessment, we realized it is very difficult, especially to get to some areas because of the growth of the plants that is coming. So in this year, we are planning to have a drone that will help us also in monitoring the growth of the species and also to be more accurate. Because in the post-seeding assessment, we're only able to seed and to assess about 7 hectares within 5 days because of the walking up and down. But with the drones, it will be a lot faster. I think I can stop here because I can only mention that after the assessment, we seeded 15 species. 1 year down the line, 9 species had germinated. The others, we could not trace them. But we also know that sometimes it can take long because of the inherent dormancy of the various tree species. So this is now year 2, and we want to go back and find out whether we'll get the 10th species. The good thing also is that we also encountered species that were not in our seeding program. It means that natural regeneration, Waziri, is going on, and with time, we'll see the differences in the environmental conditions within the Masai Mara forest. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Jane, for the presentation on aerial seeding. I'd like us to quickly take a few questions on this technology, and it's very nice to hear that it has success stories in the Masai Mara, which is a very important water tower and forest. So I'd start with Mr. Noor, and then I'll go to the chief guest and team if they have any questions. Do we have a microphone?
Thank you, Dr. for the good presentation. Mine is just brief. Apart from the 9 species that have germinated out of the 10 that have been seeded, what is the percentage success of the overall seeding out of the 3,000 hectares or so, or out of the how many seeds? That 5 million. 5 metric tons. What's the success?
Thank you. Percentage of success. Allow me to take about 3 so that you respond to all of them. Yes. The chief guest and team. Any questions? Yeah, Bwana Pierce has a question. Do we have a microphone? Could pass in mine.
It's not really a question, it's a proposal on way forward. Jeffrey, I think CS and I have really supported you. Now you are going to increase your seed centers from 6 to 18. From 6 to 18. And your capacity per year for seed production is going to be around 200 metric tons. So I propose that you move to the next level where you now have in each seed center this ability to do aerial seeding. Maybe you need to do a mapping to see how many of such equipment you require to help us reach the 5.1 million hectares and where it's applicable. Then we can also take through our internal procedures of government to see if you can get support, budgetary support, so that you do this quickly. I think the appetite to listen to you is there. So let's have a good presentation, a proposal from you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Go ahead and answer the question.
To answer Noor, if I finished my presentation, you would have seen that from the assessment we made, we were able to visit about 22 blocks out of the 36. And out of those 36, we were only able to do 3 plots of 314 meters squared. So in totality, we sampled about 7 hectares out of the 3,600 hectares. However, the effective rate that we found, the seeding rate was 514 seedlings per hectare using that small assessment. We were not able to do a big assessment because of the COVID, but we are hoping that this time we'll be able to do an expansive assessment with other institutions. We'd like other people to validate whether what we are finding in the ground is also what they'll find out, because it's important that research findings are validated, and we are open to anyone, and especially the universities who have students, masters and PhD students, to follow up. We have been trying, and the CEO will tell you, we've been trying to get students to do this work, and they don't seem very interested in going up and down the forest, but as an institution, and Waziri, with our renovation of the school in Sinedwet, when we have, where we can have staff permanent there, we'll be able to give in more conclusive data covering wider areas.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we have any questions from the online participants. And as the questions come, I'd like to request our online participants to turn on their cameras, because I'm informed that's how we take photographs of online participants. So we would like to have your cameras on screen so that we see your faces and have a chance to take a photograph.
I've seen a concern there that it looks like KFS is not effectively engaged. I would like to dispel those fears, because we planned this with KFS, and we have the 10,000 hectares still to aeroseed, and between us and KFS and IBA Africa, PS, it's in the process and in the plan to seed Mount Elgon forest. So KFS is effectively engaged, just that we have to follow the processes which are taking long.
Thank you very much. Online comments, please.
There is Abdul Salam who asks, how can area for mangrove ecosystem restoration be done? And then there's Paul, what is the rate of seed establishment? Someone also asks, are there figures available on germination and survival of the seedlings?
I think she can take on those three. Mangroves, yes. Survival, I think it's coming back again.
My mangrove is in our program to aeroseed, that we already have checked through how it has been done elsewhere, and we will recommend the use of the drones, specific drones which can drop seeds directly into the mud. It might be easier than the normal forests.
Thank you. And survival, I think we had spoken to it earlier. Thank you. Any more? Thank you very much. I think that brings us to the end of the very good presentation from KEFRI. I'll still request for a round of applause for the team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And without much ado, Bwana Chief Guest, that brings us to the end of the session. Two quick requests. One is for a photo session of the Chief Guest and team, and one representative from our partner institutions, just one because of COVID protocols. The second is that we are proceeding on a 15 minutes break. According to my watch, it is 10 past, so we should be able to come back at 15 past. So let's proceed with a break for the rest of us, a photo for Chief Guest and team, and for our online participants. Oh, there's a comment from the floor. Thank you.
I know you thanked us, and let me register our collective appreciation. I was whispering to the PS, who is this lady in Water Towers, and whether this has been her job, what is her job description. You've done a fantastic job. And please, a round of applause. Amazing. Thank you very much. We really, really are grateful for the work you've done most ably. Thank you for
Thank you. I am.
So thank you very much. Protocol team, please guide our Chief Guest and team and representatives for the photo outside. The rest of the photographers, please photograph our participants. It's important for them to see that they were present. Oh, and there's tea that is served right ahead where we took our morning tea. Thank you very much. And enjoy the break. So please remember, we are back in 15 minutes at exactly 25 past, because we still have much more lined up for the day. Thank you. So the online team, thank you very much. The photograph has been taken. We appreciate to see you smiling and your faces this morning and afternoon. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Let me call the meeting to order, please. Please come in with your tea. You can continue taking your tea as we proceed. We need to start the sessions. Hello. Please come in and let's continue. Hello, please kindly settle down. Thank you. I need your attention, please, so that we can continue. Thank you very much. I want to recognize the good job done by my predecessor. I will be taking you for this session until the afternoon. My name is Joshua from NetFund. We want to start on a series of presentations. We will do about 4 presentations, and then could you check on the sound, please? There's an echo. Is that okay? Still an echo, Anthony? Good. Okay, I think we are okay now. Good. So we want to do a series of presentations, as I was saying, and we are back online again. We want to welcome our online participants. Please join us again. We want to start with Eric Mutai Kipkirui. And I know you are online. I hope you're ready for your presentation. Then we will have Dr. Mary Njenga of ICRAF, and then James Mitchell of BuildX Studio, and David Langat of Kefri, before we take a small break. Do we have, is Eric Mutai Kipkirui ready? I think he was to present online.
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. So we want to listen to your presentation. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kipkirui Eric Mutai from Bomet County. I'm entitled to take the role of innovation in forestry on the delivery of the Big Four agenda. Okay, let's direct the background. The Big Four agenda of this including manufacturing, enhancing manufacturing, food security, universal coverage, and affordable housing. Innovation in forestry plays a key role in delivery of the Big Four agenda in various outstanding ways. Because the methodology, a field experiment, personal experiences, and observation were applied during the research, which include collection and analysis of tabulated data. Next, please. Okay, on the results. To overcome the risk associated with constraint of innovation in forestry in relation to the Big Four agenda, one, manufacturing industries dealing with forest production should be encouraged to champion out for forest maintenance campaign. Number two, to attain food security and nutrition, environmental friendly agricultural practices should be encouraged by involving bodies like the KSAP, that is Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Project, and the ASDSP, that is Agricultural Sector Development Support Program. To attain a universal health coverage in the country, innovations in the production of both herbal and clinical commercial medicine and pharmaceuticals from natural forests should be established by generating research institutions next to our natural forests. Next, please. To ensure that people get access to affordable housing without the country paying for consequences of forest destruction, the government should involve the private sector in conducting civic education on how alternative materials such as metal can substitute wood as roofing material, with gypsum and plastic replacing wooden ceiling boards. The government can also provide subsidy by funding production of these alternative materials by private industries to solve high cost implications of such materials on members of the public. Technology and establishment of value chain to support community livelihoods is also essential. This can be achieved by ensuring that all communities and households neighboring forests are sensitized and empowered to ensure that they get access to alternative resources elsewhere apart from obtaining them from the forests. Wooden housing should be substituted with bricks, stones, and marble and metals. Wooden ceiling material should be substituted with either gypsum or plastic materials to avoid destructions of forest. The forest is the main source of herbal medicine for the world population. Careful extraction of medicinal products from forest should be employed to avoid destructive methods. Medicine research institutions should work together with Kenya Forest Institution to improve both field of medicine and forest. Existing policies that are too permissive or too strict should be revisited through the Act of the Parliament to enhance interdependence between forest, institution, and those industries that obtain raw materials from the trees. Different innovations should be employed in forest management, security, which includes the use of portable CCTV cameras, use of fire sensors and fire alarms to detect forest fires, use of camera-fitted drones to detect activities going on in the forest. To maintain forest, the productive action of the forest should be restricted only to acceptable limits, such as food, medicine, and raw materials only in acceptable quantities. PELIS, that is Plantation Establishment and Livelihood Improvement Scheme, introduced after the enactment of the 205 Act, can be made compatible with sustainable plantation management through agroforestry and planting of trees in public institutions, hilltops, valleys, rivers, and other public lands. Residents should also be encouraged to use trees in demarcation of boundaries and as ornamental plants to maximize the forest cover. The natural bamboo population in the highlands can be spread to other parts by setting up a KFS body that works with the youth and the society in propagating and transplanting bamboo on or along natural features, such as rivers and hilltops. Environmental education programs should be launched, especially with the immediate population bordering the forest, to avoid destructive human activities. Their permissive nature, the permissive nature of people neighboring the forest, has allowed people from outside and brokers to destroy our forests. It can also be emphasized in school syllabus so that we create forest-friendly generation of people in the future. People living in the next to forests should also be trained on regeneration of seedlings and other propagative materials from forests to ensure the continuity of extinct tree varieties. Next, agroforestry plays a key role in landscape restoration through prevention of soil erosion along steep slopes and hilltops. This can be done also through environmental friendly agricultural practices such as concha setting and terracing. Agricultural bodies such as KSAP, Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Project, should champion out for such activities in the country. Innovation and exploitation of forest products for economic reason and social reason should be done with caution to avoid negative implications such as medicine should be extracted from trees without necessarily destroying them completely. Nature-based enterprises should also champion out for importance of environmental conservation for their long-term benefit. Destructive actions such as illegal logging should be curbed through public education, policy legislation, and other legal frameworks. Arid and semi-arid areas can be rehabilitated through afforestation and reforestation. Imports on timber should be encouraged while discouraging exports. This helps in flooding the local market with timber imports and discouraging local wood timber production. How? By doing so, the supply of such products will be high and the demand will be low. As a result, prices of such products drop and people working on woodwork will move to other profitable enterprises, and hence, by doing so, we are reducing the cutting down of trees. Alternatively, importation of other materials such as ceramic and empowerment of our local Juakali industries enterprises can help cap the situation. Production of
Eric,
steam.
you've got about 2 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you. I'll be fast. Production of steam and electricity using woody biomass should be replaced with renewable sources such as biogas, natural gas, geothermal energy, solar energy, and the hydropower. To avoid forest infestation by illegal settlements, mapping of forest and public lands is essential to avoid illegal settlement and human infestation. The recommendation: from the result discussed above, it's clear that the Big Four agenda can be attained by current government, with forestry having a major contribution and without paying the price of adverse effect costs arising from destruction of forests. The conclusion: forests account for the welfare of the world population. Therefore, conservation of such forests by human race is necessary. This is a key pillar in attaining the blueprint of Vision 2030 and the Millennial Goal Development. Thank you. Thank you. I'm true. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for your presentation. Let us give him applause. Let us applaud him. Any questions from the floor? Comments? I think Eric has given an overview of his opinion on what needs to be done to sustain our forests. And also we'll be asking if there are any questions online, any comments. Good, then thank you very, very much, Eric. We will be moving on to the next presenter, Dr. Mary Njenga of ICRAF, who is going to do a presentation online. Dr. Njenga. Is she online? You can unmute her. Presentation is titled Bioenergy, Biochar Systems Implication on Kenya's Big Four Agenda. I'm sure she's going to explain to us the technical language that has been used. Welcome, Daktari.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Are you going to show my presentation? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm Mary Njenga. I'm a bioenergy research scientist working with World Agroforestry Center and based in Nairobi, Kenya. And I want to talk about bioenergy and biochar systems and their implications on the Kenya's Big Four agenda. Next slide. Let me just start by briefly describing the charcoal and firewood, what both are referred as wood fuel situation in Kenya. I'm sure most of us know this, is that charcoal and firewood are the main sources of cooking and heating energy. And what we are finding now is that in terms of charcoal, there is increase in production, in utilization. Charcoal used to be a fuel used in the urban areas. It's now being used in the rural areas, possibly due to rural urbanization. And what is happening is that most of the charcoal comes from the dry lands, and the trees that are used for charcoal production are mostly from people's farms or communal land. And then people are using traditional earth kiln with very low yield. Like you put in 100 kilogram of wood and then you get 10 kilogram of charcoal. There is a lot of efforts on improving the kiln technologies For example, if you look at this picture, we have a kiln that is lesser kiln. It's being set up here, and it increases yield to about 34%, close to the optimal 50. And there is a lot of people involved in the trade, all the way from producers, transporters, and those who are trading in the urban areas. When we look at the issue of firewood, on the other hand, is that a lot of people are getting firewood from the forest, which is a huge women and children burden. But in areas where there is a lot of agroforestry adoption, we are finding that about 40% of the farmers are self-sufficient with firewood and actually self-surplus. And there are a lot of efforts to improve on the cooking, moving from open fire or even improving on the open fire itself. And all this is geared towards sustainable bioenergy. Next, please. I want to give one example that, and I illustrate the linkages between bioenergy and biochar. We are working with Kildi, Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, which has been producing gasifier cookstoves. And these cookstoves, we are working with about 150 farmers in Kenya, in Embu, in Kwale, in Siaya. And the way the stove works is such that you have the gasifier cookstove, and you can use firewood, you can use crop residues, and then when the flame goes off, the fuel has turned into charcoal, and then you harvest that charcoal, and then farmers are using it for soil improvement. If you look at the photo at the top right-hand side, you find that there is this lady from Kware who has been producing charcoal from the stove, and then it's being used for crop production. And what is happening is that in one cooking, they produce about 200 grams of biochar. And then based on the amount they are able to produce, they are using an application rate of 1 to 10 tons per hectare. Biochar in our setup actually is just charcoal used for soil amendment, burning charcoal. Its benefit is that it improves water and nutrient retention and the soil physical structure, and then that way it contributes to improved yield. And we are finding that their farmers are able to improve yield. And then if you are getting biomass sustainably from branches, from trees on farm, without cutting trees at all, and then you use it for cooking and get the biochar and bury it in the soil, it's carbon negative if biomass is sustainably produced. This improved cooking system that produces energy for cooking and biochar for soil improvement, we have been trying to understand how does this work within the cooking culture. And we have been doing a lot of studies talking to the women who are the main cooks, and we find that there are some things they find easy to work with and some are difficult. For example, this stove requires that you chop wood into 1 foot to fit into this small canister here. And you take like 1 kilogram and then you cook a meal. But that chopping is becoming labor intensive. And then the other thing is that when the flame goes off, you harvest charcoal. If the food is not ready, then you need another canister filled ready so that you can transition easily. And therefore, this system to work, we really need to respond to the user's needs, cooking culture. Next, please. In conclusion, really, looking at the research that is going on with ICRAF and many other organizations, Carefree included, Kilby, is that this information is going directly to the development agenda in Kenya. One is that I sat in the bioenergy strategy development working group, and now we have a bioenergy strategy for 2020, 2027. And some of the things that we recommended here is that for bioenergy to be sustainable in Kenya, biomass has to be produced sustainably. Whether it's native, management of native trees, for example, in the dry rag, produce charcoal firewood without cutting the trees, just get the prunings, or short rotation of forestry, that is for bioenergy. And the other thing is that we need to improve on the technologies. Converting wood into pet charcoal or into biochar has to be very efficiently done. And the systems that are being recommended that are modern is that as you carbonize biomass, you get charcoal, you get biochar, and the gaseous energy coming out of that, the smoke we see that is a pollutant, is captured to produce biomass electricity. And then when you look at the research also is contributing to other strategy development like the Eastern Africa Regional Bioeconomy Strategy, and also contributed to the development of the charcoal and charcoal briquette standards led by
Dr. you have 2 minutes.
There now.
Sorry to interrupt, you have 2 minutes to go.
Yes, and then finally, how does this biochar bioenergy contribute to Kenya's Big Four agenda? If you look at bioenergy biochar system, is a food security issue. People need access to affordable food, to cook food the way they like it, the number of times, the amount, and the type they want. Reducing emissions is a health agenda. There is a lot of manufacturing here. Kilns, stoves, instruments for pruning, for sizing wood, and finally, is that it's really a housing issue. Cooking with biomass needs to be in cleaner kitchens. Kitchens, for example, with chimneys, kitchens that have adequate ventilation. And thank you very much. The next slide just have references that people can be able to read further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. for staying within your time of 10 minutes and for that informative presentation. I am sure that we have comments. This is normally an emotive issue, charcoal, wood fuel. I expect some questions, some comments from the floor. Are there any comments, any questions? Before we go to our online participants.
Thank you very much. It's a question to Dr. Jenga, and thank you for that biochar for energy and so also for soil remediation. I just wanted to ask whether the residues from crops like maize would be used to produce the biochar as well as now for production of those sort of charcoal, and what would be their economic potential given that we don't have those huge farms. Actually, where we have those residues are small-scale farms. So what would be the economic potential given that there is the transportation and the aggregation if we are to go commercial?
Thank you so much. I think the idea of, let's have Kenya economy growing by local production is very important. And what you are talking about, the residues that are available, is that in each region in Kenya, we have different residues depending on the agriculture, that is taking place. Places where there is a lot of maize growing, there is a lot of maize combs. Places where there is a lot of coconut growing, there are coconut shells and all that. And also agroforestry and wood residues. And so this can be made in such a way that it's regional, developed, set up enterprises, and so there is not a lot of movement of the residues as raw materials. And then there is need for a lot of promotion for people to understand the benefits of biochar, for example, to create demand. And once there is that demand, then this decentralized production system can
Can we be heard now? We're back online? Are we back? Can we be heard? Need confirmation?
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Just read the questions, or I can read the questions now. I'm watching from Zoom direct. There seems to be technical issues. So the first question is, technology has developed skills with 80% production. Why can't we allow site to save our trees? Then Sylvester is asking, thanks for your good presentation. Are the existing policies adequate in promoting the sustainable exploitation of bioenergy resources in the country?
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, there is a lot of technological development and manufacturing going on kiln technology, and therefore they need to be integrated into our bioenergy development initiatives. We have energy centers in some countries. So how can that technology be built in through those channels such that there is a lot of training for the youth to be able to do quality job and quality assessment is assured, and then they are empowered. Their youth development fund, it should be supporting also such things to ensure bioenergy sustainability and kiln and stove development. And in terms of our Kenyan charcoal regulations, they are so clear that charcoal production should be done when biomass is sustainably produced. It's coming from dry rats. No cutting down of trees should be taking place. There should be regeneration management, short rotations to ensure starting biomass. It's what the gap is. We really need reinforcement on implementation to the letter. Awareness creation of all the stakeholders, the charcoal producers, the transporters, the police on the road, because if you have a license, you are producing quality charcoal, then it should be transported with ease like any other commodity. So reinforcement is really required. And awareness, I see a lot. Capacity development. Thank you.
You had a question? You had a comment? Gentleman there? Okay. Thank you very much, Daktari. I'm sorry for the technical hitch.
Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are saying we're still trying to sort out the technical hitch.
Yes, I think we are having...
Doctor, we had you. Thank you very much for your feedback on this. We seem to be having a lot of technical issues here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe as we. Okay. Could I make one more comment? Or
yeah.
That's okay now.
Go ahead and make one, although your time is up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, one thing I want to say about bioenergy in Kenya and biochar is that there is a huge opportunity to make it sustainable. Trees here grow within 8 years. We have trees that are ready for charcoal, for firewood, for biochar, so we can make trees a real crop. Charcoal farming, biochar farming has to be done sustainably. So thank you so much. Yeah, yeah.
Daktari, thank you very much. This is Joshua. I think we engaged earlier. We seem to be having some technical challenges in live streaming, but we really appreciate your presentation. I know we will be able to handle the questions online and engage further. So thank you very much. We want to move to the next presenter with James Mitchell of BuildX Studio, and he has a presentation on mass timber construction in Kenya, opportunities for manufacturing and affordable housing innovation to drive sustainable forest products at scale. James, I know you're ready.
Hi everyone. I'm ready.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me, and I hope everyone's enjoying the conference so far. So just to briefly introduce BuildX, I'm in Nairobi at the moment where I live, and BuildX's office is in the Resho area of Nairobi. We're a design, construction and real estate social enterprise that's been working over the last 5 years toward built environment which is radically better. So for us this means buildings that are net zero carbon, are more equitably designed, and which enhance the quality of life and well-being for users. And as part of that work we've been partnering, collaborating with Gatsby Africa, who I think are speaking tomorrow, the Dune Foundation in the Netherlands and Autodesk Foundation in the US, to pioneer a new approach, particularly aimed at affordable housing, but at construction in general, to lower the carbon footprint and improve delivery of housing at scale. If you can go to the next slide. So the main reason for this is to really tackle issues related to climate change and the carbon contribution which countries like Kenya make to our global carbon emissions. And within that, buildings and construction contribute almost 40% of those global carbon emissions. Historically, that's been predominantly made up of the emissions from operating our buildings, from heating them or cooling them. However, the bigger issue today, and particularly in countries like Kenya, is really the embodied carbon. So it's the materials that we use to build. Concrete and steel are the two greatest culprits in this regard. They emit over 75% of that embodied carbon contribution, and are causing environmental damage as well on the physical environment. We also see significant and rapid deforestation in this part of the world, and I'll get on to a little bit more as to why building with wood can help us solve this problem. But all of this is really driven by huge population growth, increasing demand on our resources, increasing demand to build more, so much so that over the next 40 years, we will add the equivalent of New York City in new construction to the planet every single week. Now, most of that construction, around 35% of it, will take place on the African continent over the next 40 years, particularly the 30 years from 2030 to 2060. So the way in which we build is critical, and we need to change it. So our solution is to look at a full forest economy toward wood building, where we are engaging the carbon sequestration potential of forests to absorb carbon as we grow trees. When those trees are harvested and processed into wood building products, we can lock away that carbon for the life cycle of that building, which is in the case of buildings, decades or centuries rather than a shorter lifespan. And we're also then substituting or offsetting the carbon that we would have used had we used concrete or steel or some other fossil or mineral-based material. Next slide, please. So just briefly, what is mass timber and what am I talking about? I'll qualify this first by saying I'm not talking about the sawn lumber or timber that you'd find at the market that you might just build agricultural structures with or smaller buildings. This is the same material at the beginning of the process, but it is manufactured by laminating together with glue and very high pressure hydraulic or pneumatic presses pieces of timber into large or massive structural panels. And this originated about 30 years ago in Austria and Germany, where it was initially pioneered and is now one of the fastest growing methods of construction in the world. So much so that countries like Sweden are now building between 10 and 15% of all new urban buildings out of this material and are targeting 100% over the coming decades. The building on the right is an 80-story timber building using this mass timber material in Chicago that's being planned. The potential of these structures is really for large-scale, tall and urban buildings, housing or commercial space, rather than small-scale construction. Next slide, please. So the reason that we need to do this from a forest perspective, and I talked about deforestation before. There's a general belief that you often hear, or you might hold yourself, that cutting down trees is bad. And in many instances, that's entirely true, particularly when we're depleting indigenous forest stocks or when we're burning that wood for fuel. However, if you look at global research evidence, we can see that countries with strong and healthy and well-managed wood products markets, particularly in construction where we can lock away those materials and that carbon for a long period of time, if we're then replenishing that forest stock, that agroforest plantation, we can, and we're sustainably managing it, we can actually drive incentive and investment into reforestation and protect indigenous forests from deforestation. And so rather than land only being used for pasture, agriculture, mining, and so on, we can provide greater incentives and greater demand for reforestation at both smallholder and industrial plantation scales. Next slide, please. So the opportunity for us to transform the way that we build is quite compelling. Here you can see a circular economy diagram where we can look at that wood use cycle from the forest into logs, into a CLT factory that would produce mass timber or cross-laminated timber panels. That timber can then get used in buildings. Any waste can go into other byproducts like chipboards, wood fuels, and so on. But also at the end of the life of that building, we can reuse that mass timber material and recycle it for other building materials. We can also see on the left here, compared to cement or concrete and steel, which overall emit carbon. So you can see the light blue color here shows the amount of emissions per cubic or per ton of material, and very little storage. In the case of steel, no storage. Whereas in the case of timber, we're actually sequestering or storing more carbon than we're emitting in the process. So we can completely transform the way in which we build and the impact buildings have on our environment. We'll end up with a carbon surplus rather than a carbon deficit. Next slide, please. And so one of the things that I'm sure many people listening to me are thinking is, well, surely timber is not a better material to build from than concrete and steel. And this is where, unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation. Timber in this form, in this massive structural form, is 80% lighter than steel and concrete, meaning that you can build faster, up to 70%, and you can also reduce the size of your foundations and the cost of your building quite considerably. It's more thermally efficient. It has a lower carbon footprint, as I've mentioned. It has health benefits as well. But the two that I think often shock people is that this timber product is stronger than concrete or steel. It's also better in fire. That 80-story building I talked about in Chicago, you would rather be on the 80th floor of that timber building in a fire than you would be in a concrete or steel building of the same height. And I'm very happy to take questions and explain why that is. Next slide, please. So just to wrap up, BuildX is currently working to develop some of the first mass timber buildings in Kenya. We'll have a prototype in the country by next month that people can come and visit and see it for themselves. This really works for higher scale buildings, as I mentioned, but it also ties in to a lot of the current challenges and incentives that we have as a country. So if we look at the government's Big Four agenda, the affordable housing program, which has a commitment of half a million houses to be built, but we're not currently making anywhere close to that figure. This offers an opportunity to rapidly construct at a much faster pace, at lower cost when delivered at scale, housing and catch up on that affordable housing target. It also effectively is like making buildings in factories. So in terms of the manufacturing goal, creating safe, green, sustainable jobs, this creates significant opportunities for new employment and new job creation. It also can assist Kenya and the government with its nationally determined contribution to the UN framework on climate change, and can also drive, as I mentioned earlier, greater investment and better management of forests. A recent study by the London School of Economics, that was a global study ranking countries according to their potential for a mass timber market, showed a combined a combination of Uganda and Kenya, with Uganda having currently stronger forest stocks as a top 5 market in the world for this product and for this built environment growth with mass timber. So there's a lot of potential, huge commercial potential, huge environmental potential for both forests and the building sector. And I welcome any questions. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me.
Hello, you can hear me now?
Yep.
You can hear? Thank you very much, James, for your presentation. Maybe you need to just clarify why I should be happier on the 80th floor in a timber building than in a steel building. That sounds a bit counterintuitive. Maybe you need to just mention.
You're right, and it's a question that I get asked world over. It doesn't matter who you're speaking to. So the reason really is that timber burns very predictably, unlike concrete and steel. Steel tends to melt, and it's very hard for engineers to predict what it will do. Concrete tends to crack and explode in a fire, which equally is unpredictable. If we take timber, if you imagine just in your house, for example, if you have a fireplace or a stove, if you put a large, well, firstly, if you take a large log, a large piece of wood, and you try and light it with a match, you will not get that wood on fire, right? So large pieces of timber don't go on fire very easily. You require lots of small pieces of timber, maybe even some newspaper, to get that log to eventually go on fire. Now, once that log does go on fire, if you allow that fire to burn out, and you remove the log from the fire once it's cooled down, and you cut it in half, you would find that the outer layer of your log has burnt, it's charred all the way around, but in the middle of your log, you'll still have perfectly untouched, undamaged wood. And the reason for this is that the char layer that's forming in the fire is a natural defense within the material to protect its inner core. So engineers can estimate this to a really high degree of accuracy, meaning that when we design mass timber buildings, we're effectively designing the wood to be large enough that by the time that char layer stops the fire, the amount of wood that remains on the inside that is undamaged is still big enough to keep the building standing. Whereas a steel building or a concrete building doesn't have that protection. If it goes on fire, as we saw in tragedies like the 9/11 Twin Towers that obviously went on fire during that disaster, they ultimately collapsed due to the concrete and the metal melting and warping in ways that the engineers were unable to predict when they designed it. So it is counterintuitive. I understand the way we think, and the large reason that smaller timber, if you just use normal, 2-inch by 4-inch timber, the reason that would collapse is that it's not big enough. It means that by the time it's burnt, the amount of timber that is protected in the middle is not strong enough to hold up that building, which is why historically, cities like London in the 1900s or the 1800s went on fire, they collapsed. But these buildings don't collapse, and it's a very exciting and innovative new way of using timber that can drive also, as I know many of you are in the forestry industry, can also bring a premium to that product. We're using eucalyptus, we're using pine species, so it can drive a premium product market at a very large scale for forestry as well. So there's a lot of good reasons to look at this as a material resource.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the floor? Comments, questions? We can also take some online questions. Michael?
There's one here I can answer, which is also about termites with mass timber, which is another very good question. So the termites are generally not an issue with these buildings. Firstly, you don't use them for foundations, and you also tend not to build the ground floor using mass timber. You would normally build the ground floor using concrete, stone, things that you would typically be used to. So you start from the first floor up, and we also in the detailing of how we build or construct that building, we put in various barriers and layers that stop termites being able to access the wood. In addition to that, you treat the wood with an anti-termite treatment. So a lot of research, they're using this material a lot in Brazil at the moment and in Malaysia, 2 countries where they have similar termite issues with wood, and there's been no incidences of termite damage on any mass timber buildings. So it's something you have to design for, but it's provided you design for it properly, there's no risk of termites at all.
Yes, we have a question from the floor.
What about the price? How do these wooden constructions with CLT compare to steel and concrete buildings?
Sorry, Jan, was that around cost?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's another good question. At the moment, the nearest production of this material is in South Africa, in Cape Town. So bringing the material from there to Kenya obviously makes it quite expensive compared to current local methods of construction like concrete and stone. However, we've done some modeling looking at what the cost would be based on in-country processing and manufacture. And that would basically place the cost in year one around 15 to 25% more expensive than traditional construction methods. However, that's largely because there's no economy of scale in year one. However, over time, if the demand picks up enough, we can achieve a cost parity with concrete and steel. But where we can ultimately save developers money or building owners money is that the speed of construction is much faster. So if your project is using debt financing, for example, or has any kind of cost of capital, or if you're waiting to get rental income and you want to finish the building quickly, you can complete that building in, as I said, up to 70–80% faster than building with concrete and stone. So there's a lot of there's a lot of cost benefits beyond the materials as well.
Without being too detailed, could you give a throw at what is the cost in shilling per square meter of a normal office building with the CLT material?
Yes. So if we assume, let's say, 30,000 to 60,000 shillings per square meter for typical market range in Kenya using stone and concrete, then we would be looking at about, say, 15 to 25% higher than that at the moment. So let's say between 40 to 70,000 per square meter using this material. But it should, as I mentioned, over time, as we build up the amount of production, that cost will come down.
There is no legal obstacles here in Kenya for using this kind of material, not really specifically CLT, but wooden houses in urban areas?
That's a good question as well. So there is, strictly speaking, nothing that prohibits the use of this material, largely because the building code allows for British Standard and Euro Code, both of which have very extensive detail for this material. However, there is obviously the practicalities of having this material approved within Kenya on the basis that the planning officers are unlikely to have been presented with this before. So there will definitely need to be buy-in and understanding from those county offices when building projects go ahead. And our goal before we look at actually processing CLT in country is to do a demonstration project to go through that process for the first time. I've no doubt that it will there will be some obstacles along the way, but there's nothing that strictly prohibits the use of it.
There are two online questions. I think others I've seen you responding to. So there are two. What is the lifespan of the mast timber? And another one is, will you also invest in plantation development in Kenya to meet your requirements?
Yeah, so the lifespan is a very interesting one because this material was only invented in the early to mid 1990s. So there are no buildings yet that are at the end of their lifespan. However, based on scientific research analysis that's been carried out, there is no reason to believe that this material should be any less durable than concrete or steel. So we should be talking about lifespans of buildings in excess of 100 years and more. So from that perspective, it should be considered a highly durable material. In terms of the second question was investment in forestry. I think BuildX will not, is unlikely to directly invest in the forest plantations, but we're working very closely with a number of forest plantation companies in both Kenya, across the region really, Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania, to plan for the timber supply that will be required, and to ensure it's very important to us that if this market expands, that we are having a positive impact on forests and forest environments, and not detracting from or contributing to negative deforestation or other forest issues. So we're working closely with those partners to look at this.
This is Jack Steege from Gatsby. So a question is, when will we be able to sort of feel and see mass timber buildings in Kenya, even if that's a prototype?
Thanks, Jack. It will be mid-July, assuming no delays. It's currently on a ship from South Africa, so let's say certainly by August. And that will be in Nairobi. It will be located at Tatu City.
Thank you, James, for that interesting presentation. I am sure quite a number of people will be engaging you regarding this technology, and we hope for the best. We hope that you will be able to strike a balance between our forests and using timber for construction. But it's certainly a very interesting idea. So we thank you, and I know the online participants will continue to engage you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. We want to move on to the next presentation from Kefri, David Langat, and is going to present on the value of forest ecosystem services of Mau Complex, Cherangani, and Mount Elgon, Kenya. We have David with us. Is he online? Oh, good.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, David.
So, I'm Jonah Kiprop, and I'll be representing David Langat. And I'm going to present on the value of forest ecosystem services of the Mau Complex, Cherangani, and Mount Elgon, Kenya. So this is a study which was undertaken in 2017 and 2018. And it was jointly funded by KEFRI and USAID. So just as a background information, the forests cover about 25% of the world's landmass, and the forests contribute significantly to resource-based economic production and consumption activities. And there is a study undertaken by UNDP and UNEP in 2012, which indicated that direct forest use values and indirect use values contribute about between 1% to 13% of the GDP respectively. Next slide. So as the information we were gathering in focused on 3 major water towers of Kenya. This is the Mau, Cherangani, and Mount Elgon. And these forests are very key in supporting hydrological services, climate regulation, maintenance of natural cycles, conservation of biodiversity, and maintenance of soil fertility. And also they play a key role in the provision of wood and non-wood forest products. So the challenges that have been facing these water towers majorly emanate from anthropogenic activities, which have resulted in a conversion of forest land to other uses, mainly through encroachment. And what informed this study is we need to quantify the value of the ecosystem services because it is a critical tool in the development of sustainable management of ecosystems. When the values are understood is when we can really make good decisions on how we can manage the water towers. Next slide. So generally in Kenya, this knowledge, we have lacked information on how the forest ecosystems play a key role. So consequently, most policy decisions on management and conservation have often disregarded these total ecosystem values. So this study was informed by the need to provide information on the importance that these forest ecosystems play so that it can assist in the development of sustainable management, both at the local, nationally, and also regionally. Next slide. So, one of the challenges that we have faced as a country is there is the undervaluation and inadequate information, which has often resulted in marginalization of forest ecosystems in budgetary allocations, and also in terms of land use change decisions. And these has over the years resulted in excisions and land degradation. Next slide. So when we look at the state of these ecosystems which we are talking about, we have seen that over the years there is increased farming activities, just as indicated in the photos. We have issues of forest overgrazing and grazing within the forests, deforestation, and also issues to do with soil erosion. These are mainly human-driven activities which have brought in these changes. And so for us to restore and bring back the state of these ecosystems to the original state, we need to also have information on the importance that they play in the national and both at the global level. Next slide. So what informed this study is we needed information, and we aligned this study to the government initiatives, that is the Big Four agenda, where we have to focus on food security, manufacturing, health, and housing, and also the Vision 2030. Next slide. So, as you are all aware, the government's strategic goal, the initiatives that have been undertaken are anchored on the Vision 2030, and also we have the National Forest Program, which was developed by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And the goal of the overarching goal was to develop and sustainably manage, conserve, restore, and utilize forest and allied resources for socioeconomic growth and climate change resilience. So under strategic objective 2, what was highlighted was the need to enhance forest-based economic, social, and development benefits. And through this is where the entry point of this study, where we needed to do evaluation of forests to ensure that we understand the benefits that we derive from the forests. And the major stakeholders which we focused on are the communities, the private sector, the national government, civil society organizations, and the county governments. Next slide. So the study area, we focused on 3 water towers, that is Mount Elgon, Cherangani, and Mau. So this is just the map of the study area, and just as you can see in the photo, they have been affected by mainly the anthropogenic factors and activities that are being undertaken within the forest by communities living adjacent to the forests. Next slide. So I'll just give you an overview of the methodology, the approach that we undertook. We did household surveys. We also did key informal interviews, industry and market surveys, and also participatory rural appraisals. So all these stakeholders were engaged in getting the value of these assets that are key for the ecosystems. Next slide. So the framework that guided this study was based on the TEB framework, which was developed by the UN in around the year 2012, whereby there was need to capture these ecosystem values to inform policy decision and action. And we focus mainly on 2 approaches: the use value. These are the direct use values, such as food, water, timber, raw materials, energy. and other values like biodiversity. We also have indirect use values, where we look at regulating services and also the supporting services. And then on the right, we have the non-use values, where we focus on the bequest values and also the existence value. What are the values that they give to the society in terms of issues to do with cultural, religious, and also heritage. Next slide. So I'll just give a summary of the key findings from the surveys or from the study. And we found out that the aggregate subsistence use value by forest adjacent households was estimated to generate benefits of around 22.9 billion per year. This is an estimate of about 50% of the total value of tea exports from the 3 water towers. The water towers before the moratorium also generated the water towers before the moratorium also supported over 250 sawmills, which were providing like 80% of the total raw materials which were being used nationally. That is equivalent to around 600,000 meter cubic annually. So in terms of the value added, in terms of wood processing industries and trade, it was estimated at around 10.7 billion. Next slide. So for the forests, these 3 water towers also supported the forest adjacent communities who account for about 4%. And about 4% of these were gainfully employed in forest industries, trade, and services revolving around the forest industry. And these water towers, as you are all aware, are the major sources of water for the major rivers, which emanate from these ecosystems, and they support the hydropower generation.
You have about 2 minutes to go.
Okay. So they generate about 170 megawatts in terms of power, and they also support irrigation farming, which is along the lower areas, like we have the aero irrigation schemes, which rely on water sources from the Mau forest, and also the Masai Mara region and the landscape, which really is supported by the Mau forest. Next slide. So I'll just give, in terms of the supply, that was before the moratorium. In terms of water, they supply over 35 million cubic meters of water. That was water valuation, which is valued at around 3.4 billion for the industry, which is irrigation, and for commercial uses by stakeholders. So generally, the total economic value of the 3 ecosystems were valued at around 3.5 billion per year. So what are the implications for these statistics? Next slide. So in terms of the economic contributions, the 3 water towers, the total value which accounts for about 5% of the GDP to the Kenyan economy. Next slide. So in terms of the values, as you can see in the charts, most of these values attributed to the water towers are mainly regulating services. When we talk about regulating services, are services such as climate, carbon sequestration. We have issues like oxygen regulation and water flow services. And these really account for a very big percentage, as you can see in the table, as compared to other benefits such as cultural provisioning, these direct tangible benefits which we usually attribute to the forest. So this informs the need for us to conserve these critical water towers. Next slide. So in terms of benefits that are attributed to the global, national and local stakeholders, we find out that since these benefits such as carbon sinks, issues to do with the good oxygen regulation and water services flow, they are really contribute a lot in terms of the global contribution in mitigating climate change, as compared even to the local benefits and also the national benefits. Next slide. So in concluding, we found out that the 3 towers contribute significantly to the diverse sectors of the economy and they support the local livelihoods. They also implies that regulation forms of TIV implies that the water towers should be managed mainly for regulating and supporting services, mainly in direct use values as compared to these direct values, because you find out that these indirect use values are they play a key role. So we also need to integrate ecosystem service assessment in county integrated plans through mapping key water sources of ecosystem services and hotspots for intervention measures. Next slide. So one of the key recommendations is we need to do a continuous monitoring systems to consider the effects of climate change on forest conditions and the capacity to provide ecosystem services. We also need to apply this concept of ecosystem service valuation for the land use change and also in terms of development of infrastructural programs and reforestation goals. We also need to engage the beneficiaries mainly who rely on these ecosystems so that they can support conservation activities upstream through establishment of water investment partnerships, water funds, and models such as payment for ecosystem services at various scales, both local and maybe national. So that's the end of my presentation, and these are the partners who participated in the funding and implementing the project, and we appreciate the support provided by USAID Kenya in supporting the work. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your presentation. We look forward to some questions. If you're inclined to numbers the way I am, I think that was a very interesting presentation, and the numbers are mind-boggling. Certainly the ecosystem services play a key role in our economic development. There's no doubt about that. Any questions from the floor? If there are no questions from the floor, we can take some online. We can take some comments.
Online, there's one question from Benfus Owino. He says, with the current growing population and increased anthropogenic activities which result in forest encroachment, are there any proactive plans and policies to protect forests, especially in the major water towers, water catchment areas? Then there's one that has just come. Mr. Kiprop, kindly, can we benefit from carbon trade, carbon credit, green bonds from the 3 ecosystems in terms of regulation services, also payment for ecosystem services by downstream communities?
Mr. Kiprop, you can't be heard. I don't know if you're speaking.
Sorry, I was muted. So there is just to highlight some of the recent developments which has happened in terms of the issues of carbon trade. There is a lot of interest being generated in terms of how do we take the opportunity that is available. Like now, the United States of America has returned back to the Paris Agreement, and there is a lot of focus on bringing back the global temperature back to around below 1.5%, which is very key. So there will be a lot of interest in terms of the selling and trading in carbon, and this is something that the governments and private investors can take advantage of. I know there are some pilot programs which have been undertaken in terms of the PES schemes. But this now brings in the question that, are we ready to take up this challenge? And KEFRI is at the forefront of also developing information and providing key findings which will inform investors into taking up carbon trade. And this is a very big opportunity. I know there are the different players in the private sector and also government are involved in developing schemes through maybe the RED Plus and so on. So this is a very critical opportunity that can be tapped into. Also in terms of PES, we have the public-private partnership approaches whereby the communities can be engaged in terms of incentivizing them in terms of doing the conservation activities. And this is also one of the approaches that we need to promote so that we can ensure that we attain the 10% recover and also meet the national objectives. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much, Mr. Kiprop. We appreciate you. Thank you for your presentation and enlightening us on the value of ecosystem services, the 3 water towers. Thank you. At this juncture, the program says we need to take a break. So we want to take a strictly 5-minute health break. And we'll come back. Then we have about 4 presentations. And then we can call it a day. So please strictly take 5 minutes. It is now 1:19, so that would be 1:24. We should be back so that we can conclude. Thank you. Hello. It is exactly 1:24, and we want to continue with our program. Maybe we'll be able to catch up with the time because we are really behind schedule. I would like to have some order, please. Can I have some order? Donatos, could I have some order, please? Okay. So we want to continue with our next presenter. And the program, I know, talks about Dennis Njue, Me Forest Initiative. And we have information that Me Forest partnered with Kefri. And we have already launched the app. We just want to appreciate Me Forest for the good work that they have done in coming up with the app. There was quite a bit of excitement when the app was being launched this morning. So that is a very good thing and very much appreciated. So we'll go to the next presenter after that. That is Jan van Abel from Better Globe Forestry Kenya. And he's presenting on landscape restoration and food security, a case for timber production in Kenya dry land. Thank you. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much. As an innovation in forestry, I want to talk about agroforestry, landscape restoration, and the link with food security. All the same, making a case for timber production in Kenyan drylands. And when you look at the picture, you see exactly what I mean. The trees that are standing there are Melia volkense, known as Mukau in Eastern Province. And they're standing in a system of soil and water conservation with the Swahili name of Fanyachini, meaning it eliminates runoff. It's captured in the soil and provides more moisture to crops. The crops you can see, maize, pigeon peas, there is even cassava. And this is a picture taken in a farm in eastern Kitui County, where it rains on average 400 millimeters a year. I repeat, 400 millimeters a year. Next slide, please. So, landscape restoration, as we see it in Better Globe Forestry, is based on very simple principles, easily applicable, just the way the CS wants it. The picture you see is when there is no protection of trees. There is no vegetation, you get massive erosion. You see the gullies, and the vegetation is almost gone. So when you look at the principles, firstly comes soil and water conservation. This is number one. You need water to have life. And the cheapest water that you can have is rainwater. So you must do something to capture the rain. Then, to make it commercial, you plant your Melia volkense in an agroforestry layout. You do not plant it in a plantation. You plant it in a spacing really far apart, like from this wall to this pillar, or even more, like 7, 8, 9, 10 meters apart. You give the trees room for development, and you give the crops planted between the trees sufficient light. There is organization of farmers, and there is intensive training of farmers, because this is not easy. Look at the challenges. Firstly, when you do these things, there must be a financial incentive for farmers, as well as a decent return a decent return for the investor. Please go to solutions. So, for a solution to challenge number one, you have to find the right species and the right product. This is landscape restoration, which is not in the MAU, where you can do seeding from the air. This is landscape restoration in farmlands. You're working with farmers. And these farmers are not big scale. They are small holders. They have a couple of acres only. Number two, the other challenge is that when you plant these trees, we all face this problem. The investment is long term, and so are the rotations. You only get your money back when you cut the tree. Or, in this case, the farmer only gets his money when he cuts the tree. So he cannot wait for 15 or 20 years. What is the solution there? It is stimulation of short-term income through annual crops, fruit production, pulses, chicken, grass, and this again, this involves training. Number three is a very serious challenge. When you start such a program in a dry land, it is like people have never heard about tree planting. Tree planting is something that is good for high potential areas, it is good for Central Province, it is good for Kericho, but when you start talking about that in the middle of Kitui County, now this is not really what people think that you should be doing, because they know that your trees will die by the drought or by whatever. So how do you solve this? It is training, and more training on planting techniques, on protection of seedlings, and so on. Number four, another challenge is lack of quality seeds and seedlings. Once you have chosen your species, and in our case it is Melia volcansine, you need seedlings, and there what is the solution? We think KEFRE has an absolutely brilliant program of improved seed production, but they should increase their seed production. The supply does not meet the demand. And the price also is not really meeting what people can pay. This is not a criticism, Dr. Njuguna, don't take me wrong, but you know that in terms of quality seeds, we still have to put a lot more on the market. And genetic improvement is really essential, as also our colleagues from Gatsby can testify. Also, we would like to see a push by the government to assist farmers to establish more nurseries, where these seedlings can be produced on a massive scale, as now they are being sold at high prices. The current market price of a seedling of Melia volcansine is 50 shilling, 50. So this is quite something for farmers. Another challenge which we have been facing in drylands in Ukambani is the dependence syndrome. This is an area which has known many famines when the rains do not come. And then the government steps in with food aid, NGOs come, they want to help, they give handouts. So people get used to handouts, and handouts is not the way that a private company can work. Handouts is not the way any business can work. When you are a private business, you cannot give presents ad infinitum because you will go broke. So this is another thing that slowly has to change. Then the last challenge is the dry climate, the influence on tree management, and free roaming goats that all are contributing to a sizable seedling mortality. Again, We have to solve this through training, which is about influence on tree management. The goats also, they can be reined in. You cannot get angry with a goat. You get angry with the owner of the goat. Meaning again, this is training and sensitization. And then for dry climate, there we have to refer to harvesting of rainwater. Next slide, please. So we have a farmers program in Seven Forks. We started in 2016. Seven Forks is in Kitui, Embu, and Machakos counties. We started from scratch. We have a team on the ground of some 16 agents plus supporting staff. Let's say we got some 20 people. We now have some 6,800 farmers under contract, which we are organizing in groups and CBOs. We planted 560,000 seedlings so far, and the complete package of landscape restoration that includes soil and water conservation. Now that's actually, soil and water conservation is not evident. To dig in the soil all these structures is a difficult practice. So far we have done this with farmers. We give the training, it's executed by the farmers themselves. We have this now with 2,500 farmers, and this translates in 2,000 hectares that have been put under soil and water conservation. Farmers also get some assistance in financial services with microcredit services that we are supporting. We have in some areas in eastern Kitui now really people that believe that it is possible to plant trees. You can think that this sounds a bit silly, but it is the truth. People now start being convinced that planting trees in their area is possible. Point 8, this is something we hadn't really expected, not at this scale, but we have increased food security and poverty alleviation through sales of surplus of crops. You can see me there standing, giving a certificate to a self-help group that is in eastern Kitui County, east of Nu. Next slide, please. Now, I want to sow some seeds. I want to launch some ideas. This is not the reality, but just have a look. If you select some ASAL counties, and I selected Tarakaniti, Mbeere South, Mbeere North, Kitui, Machakos, Makueni, Taita Taveta, you have a total area there of 6 million hectares. This is, of course, not completely possible to put on the trees. And again, I made some very rough estimates. Yeah? And in the end, I come to half of this area where you can really do something by planting trees.
John, may I interrupt you for a moment? You are almost out of time.
Fine. What I want to say is that you can put sawmills there and you can create employment. And this is increased food security. These are real examples. You have this lady, this is Grace Ngule Minzi, and the man is Mwema Mwilu. They have fantastically increased their crops through this system. They get annual income. They have more food, and their trees in the meantime are growing. Thank you very much. Next slide. That's it. That's maize in Kitui County. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions for our presenter? Do you have any questions online? Comments?
Thank you, Jan, for that presentation. It's very real. I just wanted to ask you, when it comes to landscape and at the farm level, you presented the picture of the gullies. I also know it is possible to restore such landscapes. I know you've heard of the seed balls. You've heard of seed ball technology? Seed ball technology. And especially where farmers are able to protect or fence off is a lot easier and more cost effective, the use of seed balls, through the Seed Balls Kenya. We want to thank you very much for being a trailblazer in commercial forestry in the drylands. I remember when our CS came to the ministry, we went through the discussion of whether it is possible to have a commercial forest on the drylands. And you remember our visit to Kiambere changed everything. So we want to appreciate you and your company for what you are doing in the drylands. You are able to change livelihoods. And Carefree exists to provide technologies for that, and especially in establishment of seedlings. I want to say that currently we are promoting the use of biochar and charcoal dust when planting seedlings in the drylands. We found it a lot easier to establish, even with a little rain of the 400 millimeters, it is possible. So together we can do something and we can reach somewhere.
Thanks for these nice comments, Jen. Whether it is possible to use seed balls in drylands, the answer is not straightforward. Firstly, just like you have shown in your own presentation, you need to have farmer involvement. You need to have sensitization, because one of the biggest threats in drylands, it is simply goats. And supposing that your seed ball germinates, and we're not yet there, but supposing it does, the next thing is a herd of 50 goats that comes, and your seedling has gone. And this is the reality. And the only ones that can stop that is the owners, which is the farmers themselves. Then, before it comes to the germination, what is the possibility that a seedling will germinate? Again, it's difficult to answer. For starters, if your vegetation is too degraded and you have this kind of soils that are denuded of vegetation, it will not work. Because your seed ball will be washed away when it starts raining. If you go to another case where the vegetation is less degraded, you can ask yourself the question whether it is really required to use this technology, because in the ground there is loads of root systems that are waiting to sprout, if only you are allowed to do so. So, my answer regarding seed balls is this: it can be done, but under specific circumstances only. Thanks.
I have a question. Myself. I have a question. I'm looking at the scalability, how it can be scaled to other areas. So looking at the way you have explained, the formation of groups, you know, bottom up. The question is, it does require money, and you are doing it commercially. How long does it take for you to plow back the investment? Because you are not doing it's not government. In any case, even a government requires to plow to reap its investment. So you are a business. So how long does it take, and how have you constructed your business model so that you are able to plow back your investment that you used in mobilization of partners, you know, the local farmers who are doing the planting and the taking care of the tree crop? How have you structured that so that you recoup your investment?
This is two questions, as I see. Number one, how do you scale it up? If you really want to scale it up massively, then for the moment, you need good extension services. Extension of forestry is devolved. It is now the counties that have to do the forestry extension. It is not KFS anymore. You need to have foresters in the counties, meaning the counties have to put there a small budget to pay a small extension team in each county. And this they could easily pay, although they say they don't have money, from all the levies and the fees and the cess they are taking alongside the road, frankly. And to make it really possible, they should also somehow stimulate production of good quality seedlings. And if we're talking about money, we're talking about mugao, and if you want to a certain degree of mango trees. But you cannot start talking about eucalyptus or grevillea because it is too dry for them to grow. This is the kind of country I'm talking about. So this is one part of your questions. The other part, what is actually your market strategy? Our market strategy is that we have this all integrated from production of seedlings all over the value chain, growing of trees with farmers, towards processing and towards marketing. So we want to have this whole chain under our control. And it is clear that only by growing a tree, you never get out of your costs. You don't. You have to add value. So the value adding first starts with primary processing, which would be sawmill and kiln, and then you get good quality timber. And then we need to have a secondary adding of value, which would be, in our case, as we're talking about mahogany. This is mahogany. This is not pine. This is not cypress. This is a high-value timber. We would process this in a variety of products. You must know this chain which sells all this furniture that you can screw together yourself, IKEA. I don't know whether you have heard about it. It's an international chain founded in Sweden, where you can buy, you can make your own tables, your own beds, furniture. You get it in a flat pack and you screw it together. This is then where the money is. So if you don't have a good marketing system on top of your processing abilities, you're bust. You don't even start. This is our strategic approach. Thank you.
Ian, thank you for the presentation, and sorry I missed the bigger part, most part of your presentation. And I'm particularly interested in your model of plantation establishment, particularly in the drylands. I don't know, what is, I have missed that part, but what is the success rate in terms of establishment of acacia plantations, gums or residence, under Beta Globe? And then I know also you are very good, your major species is Melia. Have you managed to maybe to start harvesting? And do you think that if that model can also be sustained and upscaled in other parts of the drylands? Thank you.
Thank you, Noor. This is different questions again. Firstly, can this also be done in other parts of the drylands? Yes, but you're going to have to change your species. And this brings me to gums and resins. We started, together with Kefri, establishing a trial of Acacia Senegal and Acacia Sayal in Kitui County of different varieties, and of each variety different provenances. This was with the former director of Kefri, Benji Kamai, who is really an authority on these things. We established a nursery of some 50,000 seedlings close to the border of Kitui County with Tana River County, and this grew all very well. And we distributed them to farmers, and we can show some very nice gum gardens, meaning acacia trees that are planted in fields, in crops, just like in Darfur, in the Sudan. Yeah? You have a bush here, you have a bush there, and so on, and in between you have crops. And these now are becoming mature after 5 years and start producing gum arabic. Yeah? But then, at the company level, we handed this over to another private company, Acacia EPZ, that is specialized in the collection of gum arabic, and that is exporting them to Germany mostly. We ourselves, we started feeling an overstretch, meaning when I go back to the marketing model there, where my friend asked the question, when you do marketing, this costs money. You have to do branding, and you have to make your products known. This is not for free. And to divide our financing and our funding between timber and then towards gum arabic, that became something that was too big. And we drew back from gum arabic. Still, our results are there, meaning I think there is no problem inviting you to either the gum gardens, which have been established with farmers, either to the trial that we established together with Kefri in Kitui County. It will be a pleasure to show you all these things. Indeed, Jen, we were doing some pioneering work there, and it is still standing. It is there. Was there something else? Oh yeah, can it be? Yeah, I think when you go to other drylands, as in every organized agricultural and forestry activity, you cannot continue harvesting from the wild for quality reasons and for cost reasons. And in the end, in drier areas where now people go to collect gum arabic, somehow even there in the future, I think there will be companies that see an opportunity and that will invest properly in plantations. This, for me, is the future. It is not continuing to be a fisherman and going with a fishing line and see, will the fish be here or will the fish be there? No. You will have a fish pond where you know where your fish is. In other words, you need plantations. And this goes together with genetic improvement to increase your yields, to cut down your costs. This is the future of forestry everywhere.
Thank you very much, John. I think we will have to stop there. I know your presentation has generated quite a bit of interest, and I know you will be able to engage with various stakeholders, various interested parties in various forums. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, too.
Let's give John a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. We want to come to the penultimate presentation. Dennis Munene, Faina Innovations Limited. Dennis is doing it online, I'm made to understand.
Yes, yes.
And he's ready. Paradigm shift, utilizing crop seeds marketing systems to supply tree seeds in Kenya. So over to you, Dennis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me today. I'm happy to be part of this conference. I'll be looking at really utilizing this innovation approach, innovative approach to reach farmers in the rural areas with certified tree seeds. But before that, I want to say a bit about who we are. We are a startup. We are a small company started in 2018, but we are a registered seed merchant. And additionally, we are working with KEFRI. We are registered with them as a seed supplier. And we want to thank KEFRI for having us and working with us, being a small entity, but they have a very visionary leadership at the top there, because they have anchored this kind of relationship, private-public relationship, in their strategic plan, and we're happy with that. We are also part of a program by Kenya Climate Innovation Center called the Forestry. A certified germplasm, whether seedling or seed leading. There is, of course, a deficit in supply. We have government and NGO supplying a certified seed that is only 10%. And there's, of course, no information regarding what trees to grow, where to grow. But I've seen what KEFRI is doing, very commendable in terms of the hub and providing that information. That would be very good. Of course, the quality of tree seed, because most of it that farmers are using, and even the nursery operators, is not certified. So you start with uncertified seed, and even the seedlings that you get and you buy, they don't really, they are not of quality, and that is a challenge. But who is to blame? We blame the system, because if you look at the seed supply system, basically, especially on the marketing system part of it, is really poorly developed. Highly centralized. Probably KEFRI have the outlets, but maybe where they have centers to supply seed. This is a very, very well developed, very diverse. Every center you go, a market center, you'll find facilities and outlets that are registered, that are inspected, that are selling certified seed. So what is our solution really? Now that our system for seed, tree seed are not developed, is we utilize what is available. That is crop seed systems. But for you to utilize these systems, you need to conform to the high standard. And that's why we are working with KEFRI and to provide us with quality certified seed to be able to reach them. You also need to pack them according to the seed regulations, really, so that all the information that is required is there. If you look at the two pictures here, one on the left, that is trees, but you can't tell exactly what it is. There's no information, there's nothing. And we're trying to do something different, really. I've seen that well labeled, you can tell what seed it is, you have all the information, you even have additional information on cultivation and propagation, what is the use of that seed, and to have that approach. And we are looking at this as an innovative approach because we are saying this can save farmers up to 98% when initial cost of establishing forests. If you're working, for instance, with the coriander seed, a farmer probably need like 400 for the animal feed. This is an animal feed, 300 seed to do it. And if you buy them commercially, you could even go up to 110, 120 shillings per seed. While you do it in your own farm, just the way they do with crop, like vegetable seedlings, set their own nurseries, and you do it like a month before rain, it can cost you like 3 shillings. So this is an approach that we didn't need to think about. Probably the reason why we are not able to get to 10% is farmers, the cost of really acquiring the seedlings. So we need to look at it differently and see how we can reach them, have them grow the trees and move on. Next slide, please. So we had a pilot case study, of course, for us, because we wanted to test the system. We want to see whether this crop seed system can be utilized to supply the tree seedlings, quality tree seedlings to the farmers. And we did this in Kajiado, some part of Kajiado, North Kajiado, Makueni, Upper Makueni, around Watertown. Of course, we were limited with the funding that we had, and we are a startup, and of course, we are working and doing this project during COVID. So we selected a few areas. It was done between February and April, and you can see Kajiado and Makueni are two neighboring counties, so it was easy for us to operate. Next one, please. So basically, I'm just showing you what we call a marketing system for crop seed that we were utilizing. This is really over summarized. It's more complex than this, but this is the basic one. You have seed company at the top, you have the agro dealers, the agrovet outlets, the farmer groups, the village-based marketing groups, and then you have the farmers. So these are the basic structure. Of course, it's bigger than this, but these are the systems that we used to get to the farmers. Next slide. So what was our approach? First of all, when you're doing piloting for a new product, of course, there are a few things that you're targeting. One, of course, you want to see what is the percentage of the people who will adopt your technology. That's what we call early adopters. Of course, we are measuring this into 3 levels, looking at the percentage of the early adopters. How many people are willing, or farmers, to buy your seed? They didn't buy it at the first time, because you understand farmers usually have very limited budgets. They have planned, they know what they want to buy. So not all the time that you introduce a new product they will go buy, but some will promise to come back maybe in 3 months, even in 4 months to come and buy. So that data, that parameter is really critical when you're assessing whether it is a viable way of doing business. And of course, how many of them, including those who bought, who didn't buy, would even say they are not willing to buy, but how many of them are willing to recommend your product to potential customers? So those were some of the things that we are trying to assess and see. And of course, we were supplying this seed through agrovets, farm group, and village, and we wanted to see part of this system, because these are the agro dealers, so you can call them subsystem, which is the most efficient for this business. Okay, so next. But for us to do this, of course, we had to pack the seed. We are working with the coriander and Lucena. Those are animal feed for animal feed. We were packing them between 25 grams. We provided all the information on cultivation. we created marketing materials. What you see on the left was the level on the packaging, on the front level, and what you see on the right side was the level at the back, with all the information on propagation. What is it that they're supposed to do? Because there is a myth out there that, you know, propagating a tree seed is too complex. You know, you need to do through nurseries. Ordinary farmers cannot do it. So we wanted to show them that there's really nothing complex about this. It's a simple process. And because this seed has what we call seed dormancy, of course you need to like clear that dormancy without water, but we wanted to show them it's simple, you know, boil water, cut the seed, put a few spoons. If you do that in the evening, in the morning, you are ready to plant the seed. If it's rainy season, the ground is wet, you can plant it direct, but you can also do the nursery. So that was what was on the seed packaging. Thank you. Next. We also created marketing materials, really, to have a holistic view of what it is. They grow the seed. What do they do with it? What are the advantages of growing this seed for this tree? Because they're usually small seeds that mature in 1 year. For the animal feed, we are telling them that they have high protein content. If you look at the grass that you feed, or the napier grass that you feed your animals, has like 10%. The minstrels are like 2% of protein. If you have a daily cow that you milk, it needs 16%, and that's why you're buying the commercial feed, which is really eating into the profit for farmers. So we are telling them there's a solution. You can dry these materials, you can preserve it, and have it as a feed for the animals. And next slide. So we went on the ground, really utilizing the very system that we said. Talking to farmers, trying to create the awareness about this thing because it's critical. Even setting demo farms, the seedlings that you see on the left side, the lower side, just to see what it is, and talking to farmers and reaching
Dennis, you have about 1 minute.
Okay, next slide, kindly. So these are the results. Early adoption rate was 22%. That's too high. If you're in this business, you would understand, because the theoretical one, what is expected is 13.5%. 72% of the customers said they would come back and to buy the seed when they have the budget and when they are ready. 96% said they will recommend the product to the farmers. Out of the very systems, the agro-dealers, the village-based agro-dealer marketing system was the most efficient, followed by dealing with agro-dealers, the farmers. Dealing with the farmers. Agrobet was the least, and they are reasons because they are not there to market your seed. They just stop. So if you don't create awareness and all about that, nobody will go and buy your seed from the Agrobet. Next slide. So in conclusion, what are we saying? That the crop seed market system can be utilized efficiently and profitably to market the quality seed. But then we need to create awareness and on the benefit of using certified seed. That's very critical. Then we also need, another thing we learned was that you need to provide information on what seed you are selling, of course, and what are the benefits on this one. And so our recommendation is, it is a system we can use to scale up. We can scale up this concept and get more farmers. And as a startup, we are ready to do this, and we are looking for partnership really to be able to support us get to this level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for that insightful presentation. Do we have any questions for Dennis? Do you have any comments? Don't get tired of commenting or questioning.
Thank you. First, to acknowledge that the presentation made and the reference made to support to FINA includes Kenya Commercial Innovation Center and the investment facility for commercial forestry. Gatsby Africa has been part of that, and FINA is one of the beneficiaries of that particular service, and it's great to see that there's been this particular approach to understand market and marketing channels, because that's the evidence that we need to show us where is the innovation in marketing arrangements in order to break through two issues. One is increased survival rates and productivity, but two, also delivering seeds and seedlings at a cost that is affordable to be able to increase upscale. So that's the first just commentary. But this one is not to put Kefi through Dr. Jane Juguna on the spot, but I want to just link this presentation, Dr. Juna, if you may, to the work that's been done on the National Commercial Tree Improvement Strategy, because within that there's also an appreciation that there are multiple streams for accessing improved seed, and just to clarify for people like Faina and others, that the space is open for this kind of innovation systems and those channels that he has demonstrated through agro dealers into the farmers, that government is encouraging and of those particular systems. So I was seeking for a response from KEFRI, that, or from government, but actually from KEFRI, that indeed through the commercial tree improvement strategy and other efforts, this particular methodology is acceptable and is encouraged to be able to increase in a very market efficient way access to seeds and to seedlings.
Dr. Chari, you would like to respond? Give her the mic, please.
Thank you, Dennis, for that wonderful presentation. Indeed, I think I'll leave this room a very happy person and very satisfied that on the grassroots level, our seeds are reaching. We also appreciate the challenges that you have brought up, that tree seed is highly centralized. And for us, you heard what the PS said in the morning, that the ministry has made a strategic intervention to assist KEFRI to expand the seed processing and storage centers so that we increase our distribution systems. Dennis has talked a lot about certified seed, and I do not overemphasize on that. James from Gatsby, thank you for your comment. You know we are in this together, and we want to appreciate the support we have received from Gatsby in terms of the tree improvement. In fact, tomorrow we have a webinar where we are looking for public participation in terms of the development towards the national commercial tree improvement strategy, which we've been developing with Gatsby. And we want to appreciate the startup, and we really hope that we can have more startups so that the seeds of quality seeds can reach the grassroots through them, because KEFRI cannot be everywhere, even KFS cannot be everywhere, but at the grassroots, we appreciate the work that the startups is doing. So for us, we take it very kindly, and we are open to any startups in terms of it. We said in the morning, ours is to generate and transfer technologies. And for that, we do at no cost, because we are funded by the exchequer to do that. Our greater goal is to see that this country develops in terms of the forestry sector. So we want to appreciate very much. If you have any queries, any comments to make, please refer them to us, to the Director KEFRI. If we are not able to come to you, we will send the nearest KEFRI office. At the moment, we are only in 18 places, that is the 18 counties. So we still have a long way to go. But we appreciate the startups and that very wonderful information that has come up and the presentation. Keep up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Any other comment, question for Dennis? Online, I know. Please pass the mic to...
There are 3 questions. One, Christopher is asking, where is Faina in Kajiado County? And then goes ahead to us, give me Faina's contacts. I am in seedling production. Then Freddy Kowino is asking, what is the basis of your seed certification?
Thank you. We are based in Gong Town, so that's where our offices are. In terms of seed certification, we are already getting seed that are already certified by KEFRI, so that's not part of us. What we do, we get certifying seed that we are working in this project distribute. We have a facility that they have approved. Even KEFIS has approved for packaging the seed, because we need to have the seed in the very smallest quantities that the farmers need. So we do that. So the question of certification, I think KEFRI is in a better position to answer that one.
Any other question? Was there any other question? No, no comment. We can go to the final presenter of the day. The last but not least, from Forestry Society of Kenya, presenting on the gaps and lessons learned from the past FSK conferences towards forestry innovation. Welcome, Caroline.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caro from Forestry Society of Kenya. I'll be presenting on the gaps and the lessons learned from the past Forestry Society of Kenya conferences towards the forestry innovations. Next slide, please. So who is the Forestry Society of Kenya? FSK is the soul of organization that represents the forestry professions in this country, registered back in 1979 under the Societies Act. The society was registered after the realization that the sector, that is the forestry sector, was under threat from non-foresters and politicians among civil societies and other individuals. And the main objective of the society is to strengthen professionalism within the forestry sector. We usually provide a forum for our members to showcase or to contribute to the national policy, to influence the national policies, the development within the forestry sector, and safeguarding the standards and the practice within the sector. Next slide. So our vision is to be the leader in promoting sustainable forest management and practices within the country, with our mission to build an effective society that promotes sustainable forests, ensure sustainable forest and resource management through partnership, advocacy, providing advisory mechanism from our members. We have professionals from all line within the forestry and natural resource management. So our members usually provide advisory mechanism towards professionalism, and also we do regulatory mechanism. We contribute towards policy development and the law within the country. And the mission is to serve and protect the public interest in the practice of professionalism within the sector, and ensuring professionalism, competence, and ethics that are acceptable to the society. So the society has been in the forefront in bringing up our members to engage in conferences and dialogues, policy dialogues, in regards to various aspects and thematic areas within the country. And today, towards our discussion about forestry innovations, the society has been discussing about ways in which, through our conferences, past conferences, how we can widen the knowledge base of commercial and high-value tree species. Just like the chairman was discussing this morning about, we should no longer ignore about the eucalyptus and the value that eucalyptus is bringing. I know Gatsby will be presenting tomorrow about the value addition they're doing to eucalyptus. We've had the presentation from one of our members, that is Jan, regarding the Melia, the Mukau. Also exploring linkages and partnership that are towards business orient in regards to value addition, the quality of value addition and the processes in that. Also in our discussion, we've been deliberating on fast-tracking on the implementation of the National Forest Program, and also to what extent we've been able to internalize it. And lastly, finding mechanism of investing and financing in the forestry, and also assuring investment for assurance on returns on investments, especially on the wood and the non-wood timber products. So in regards to our discussion for today, what you were saying about that innovations in forestry business technologies comes in many forms and in many phases that needs to be looked at, from the seeds, like we've just been shown, all the way to the finished product. And like the discussions have been ongoing since morning about the good innovation, we've said and we've agreed that it should be simple, it should be easy to understand, it should have a high uptake. The apps, thank you, Dr. and also for the universities developing the user-friendly apps. And we'll also encourage the two institutions to ensure that we have manuals that are easily understandable to the local people. A good innovation should be also easy to sell and tackle the problem, the actual problem. So next slide. So innovations, like I've said, my discussion or my presentation highlights some of the discussions in our past societies conferences. So we've agreed some of the things that have come up, that innovation in the timber value chain should be included in all the phases. That is, from the seed collection, the production, the tree management. There should be specific, innovative, and there is need for more innovation and need for specific technologies that are customized in all these specific value chain. We need technologies and innovations in the seed collection, in the planting. We've talked about the drones, being more innovative, coming up with good technologies. Next slide, value addition, marketing. So there is one aspect which the chairman was alluding to, and I know we have a sector that we'll be discussing about tomorrow, the sawmilling industry. And we're saying that to have efficient sawmilling industry contributes to efficiency and minimize waste in the processing. And we require technologies. And these, for us to get efficiency, we require technologies, like I've just said, all the way from sourcing of the quality seeds to producing quality timber or quality wood. And that also includes the harvesting and the transporting to enhance the mechanism. And in that regards, timber manufacturers need to invest in modern machineries and modern technologies which have high recovery, which contribute to controlled tree fall, proper delimbing, equating to better value, and avoid massive losses. An article done by one of our members, that is George Midhike, Dr. George Midhike from KEFRI, he alludes that good efficiency are poor machineries and poor technologies. There is only 25% recovery compared to 70% when using modern equipment, such as wood misers, which have better recoveries. So what needs to be done? We need to have a lot of worker trainings and retraining on sowing techniques to maximize this value and also to reduce waste. Another innovations that is critical is on the non-timber forest products. As a country, like you know, we have indigenous species. The country is endowed with indigenous species that produce non-timber wood products, which have high potential commercial value, including the gums, the resins, we have fruits, among others. And all this supports livelihood of the marginalized community for income and social benefit. But this subsector is facing a few challenges, one of them being inadequate information on associated value chains and quality of the products. We also have difficult entry into the global market due to quality issues in this sector, inadequate information on the financial viability and competitiveness, and structured and constrained supplies of the products. We have unstructured markets, we have low prices. It is not controlled. Also, there are no standards for these products. So this is a challenge that needs innovations, that the sector needs to look at it and find ways to address these challenges. Also, another sector that needs innovations and to improve on technologies, and thank you to KEFRI and the universities, is the training institutions and research. There is need, some of the challenges that have been identified is insufficient capacity building and incubation opportunities. Also, we have the machine operators and sawmillers. We need to package trainings that are centered towards these people, because when we bring the good machineries, the high technologies, but we lack the capacity on these people, so we need to improve on that. Also, inadequate research and development support towards wood industry and professionalism within that sector. We need to improve on that. Inadequate business skills, weak collaborations and partnerships among industry. The low, the micro and the large industries, there's no collaborations. The big people will have the wood misers, but the low people here will just be working with the power source. So there is need for collaboration and to assist each other. And also, on the same, there is poor technologies and low investment within this industry. Some of the required interventions that our members have been alluding to for the past several discussions is the sector needs to contribute to national development. That is, the forest sector needs to contribute to national development through uptake of new innovations and technologies in forestry practice, processing and utilization. There's need to explore more options for the PPs, the private-public partnerships that are critical in financing of forest sector enterprises, putting the right
Carol,
policies.
you have 1 minute.
Yes, I'm finalizing. Thank you. Having the right policies and practices that unlock forestry businesses, innovations, improving the primary production of the non-timber products, that in terms of the quantity, quality, the value additions, branding and packaging of these non-timber products, we need to improve that. Also, being innovative in terms of the extraction processes and technologies to maintain the non-timber products and develop standards for this. Also, on the same, enabling policies and legal environment, the last one. So also we've said about having quality assurance and standards for the non-timber products. For the institutions and the research, they need to review curricula to take into consideration the new technologies, the management, the value additions, and the marketing of products. Packaging, we've said for these apps that have been developed, there is need to have good manuals, packaged technical information in such a way that the farmers and all players can be able to understand. The professionals need to give proper advice. That includes the quality, sourcing of quality seeds, having the right species and site matching, proper silvicultural processes, operations, and then the government agencies should partner with the sawmillers, with the wood processing businesses to facilitate acquisition of proper technologies and trainings. Sawmillers and stakeholders need to invest in the proper, appropriate modern technologies. And lastly, we are saying it should be recognized that right species, right technologies, and right technical expertise is needed for the forestry sector entrepreneurship to be attractive. Thank you. So for more information on the society, to register for the membership or for any queries, you can contact us through that email or that website. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carol. That was good. That was a grand finale to the events of the day. Any questions, comments for Carol?
And before I respond, we have our Vice Chairman, Mr. Nur Hussein. and also a lot of our members who are present here. And also online, we have so many members. Thank you for attending. We are humbled. Thank you.
Today, Noor is the CCF, and he also wears many hats, I can see. Any questions, comments for Carol? I hope you're not too tired to ask questions. Anybody? Okay, let's go online. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her again. Thank you. So we come to the end of our program today, and it's been a very long program. We have been here since 9 all the way up to 2:30. And we really want to appreciate each one of you. We want to thank our chief guests who really gave this program a lot of weight by their presence. And we just want to appreciate that for your participation, the presenters, the participants. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate you. We also want to appreciate our online participants. Please give a round of applause for those who have managed to stay with us from all the way from 9 up to 2:30, and it's never easy to stay online. And if you're at home, the kids are bugging you, but they have been stoic. They have really helped us. They have really participated, and they have really been interactive. We want to apologize that we probably were not as interactive as we thought we would be. We were not able to respond to all your questions, but I believe our promise is that we'll look into each of these issues and be able to channel them to the appropriate forums. And we have kind of dragged the program, and we are going to ensure that tomorrow we do better. There have been technical hitches, and I know the team is working. You don't want to spook the ICT team. We will talk to them after the program, and I know tomorrow will be much better. So tomorrow we start again. We have another program with beautiful ideas again about forestry, and we start again at 9 with very, very interesting presenters. Please, if you're not able to be here physically, kindly do join us online. Please, we really need your participation. Well, this is a topic that it should be of interest to every Kenyan. So once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege to just say thank you so much. Receive our gratitude for your presence and for your participation. Thank you very much.